Hello there, beautiful internet and you fantastic creatures of the beyond and Underrail lovers. So, as I have promised, I will do the last episode where we will explore in full depth the limits of the lore, which is not fully complete. I swear, this is one of the most difficult games to explain the lore because it is so scattered and put in such a messy order intentionally that it is difficult to pinpoint with exact accuracy what everything means. But I will do my best to interpret it. Of course, you can interpret it however you wish. I'm just gonna give you my version. If you find a better meaning, I'm always open to new suggestions. But I'm gonna try to put a chronological order to everything. And if everything makes sense, then you might enjoy this game with a lot more depth to it. So, regardless of how I'm gonna go into the lore, you're still gonna experience the game so much different in your subjective experience. So. First of all, I want to also note that I will put the build that I used in the game inside the description of this video. But the site that deals with that is a bit outdated, so some of the things are missing there, but it's more or less 90% there. Anyway, don't bother too much, do your own builds, experiment. I will start with a few tips before we start reading about the Underrail. In my opinion, as when I started the game, I did explain, don't start with a side build. Not because they're not fun and interesting, but because they require you to build them very carefully so you don't spread too much your powers, because the last fight is quite difficult even with all the advantages. If you don't plan ahead with a psi build, you might underperform and it will become frustrating. And since you cannot respec in this game is extremely brutal. It's better to just save the psi build for a later date, for a second playthrough. And the first two playthroughs, I would suggest either going first with guns, because that is the easiest playthrough, and brute force always works. And with the new weapons from the heavy duty DLC, is just super. It's chef kiss. And on the second playthrough, I do suggest a more stealthier approach with more investment into your intelligence. And the third playthrough, if you're ready, maybe you want to even go dominating difficulty, go with a psi build. Psi builds have a lot of diversity to them, and yeah, you can do a lot with them. You just need to understand exactly what they entail. The wiki is full of suggestions. It's difficult to even explain. It would take me at least an hour or two just to put all the available feats and whatnot to it. Actually, you'll spend the first 1 hour starting the game just creating your characters and thinking ahead and so on and so forth, because there's so many tiny details to keep in mind. And the site that I have used, maybe there are others, I can't remember right now, but I will try to look after we finish this video and try to add alternative to that site where I made my build. That is a very good tool to kind of mold your build ahead of time, so it saves you a bit of time inside the starting of the game. That's just by the by. Second of all, as I always said, with this game, if you really want to discover the lore, you have to take your time. Don't rush through delivering your quest or eliminating everybody in your path. For example, I did a small mistake when I was under the Oculus. There were those psionic lunatics, and I have eliminated them. Although their quest is quite minor, it did add a bit of flair to what they were capable of doing and explaining to you and so on. But we didn't miss much on that aspect. We still got the same reward we would have gotten otherwise. Still, I did that quite early on because I was discovering, so I stumbled upon them, and at that time I wasn't aware that, or maybe I wasn't patient enough. Yeah, it's very easy to make mistakes in this game, especially out of lack of patience, and I have done a few, quite minor, but still, they're there. And also related to the lore, it has so many red herrings. It can easily sway you to believe one thing because it has double meanings, or it can be interpreted. For example, the dude, when he says that there is an all-seeing eye, you can attribute that to either the Oculus itself or to the torch because he is an eye. But which one makes more sense? It's quite complicated. Anyway, I will think of other tips across this video, but for now that should suffice. Good. Now, one more thing. If you play as a male or female character, that also counts, because as a male character, you might have access to various dialogues that the female character does not, and vice versa. And keep in mind that when you start the game, there will be some RNG that will dictate what you encounter in the game. Minor things, but still, some things you might want, some things you might not. And also your difficulty level also unlocks a little bit of extra content, some of it quite well hidden. Again, this game is vast, has so many ways. I think I have covered around 70% of the game the way I played it, and that is due to the lack of other skills that I did not have available to me in order to show you the rest of the 30%. That 30% is quite consistent regarding the lore itself, but then we wouldn't have been able to play as sneaky as we did, and I think for an agility it's the easiest way to play the game. Psionics it's not difficult, but it is tricky, and as brute force you miss on a lot of things such as intelligence and all the things that relate to that, like negotiations and blah blah blah. So yeah, if you make like 3 different gameplays, and in one you use intelligence, in another you use maximum will, or in another you use maximum strength, you will have different interactions. And even with psionics, keep in mind there are 4 types of schools, and some of them unlock some dialogues and some other things, and others don't. It's quite difficult. That's why I tell you guys it's tricky. Anyway, enough. Let's go to the Underrail wiki now. It's gonna be kind of Morrowind experience in the sense that as we go through the pages, we will have references like links and so on, and we can expand on that, go to various things that relate to certain core elements of the game, of the lore, so on and so forth. I have many things set aside. I will have to go through a series of pages here that I have selected manually. But first, let's understand what Underrail really is. So Underrail is an old-school turn-based isometric indie role-playing game that focuses on exploration and combat. So far, so good. It's inspired by Western RPG classics such as Fallout, Arcanum, Neverwinter Nights, and System Shock 2. Fantastic games, all 3 of them. 4. 4. I think that Arcanum had a large influence on the way Underrail was built, related to dialogues especially, and to the choices. So it is an indie game It was developed by Stygian Software, the Stygian coins. Stygian Karens, yeah, of course. What else? So alpha demo was released in 2012, but the game I know was the person that worked initially. He started on 2008 with this concept, and then he went to the alpha in 2012. Commercial alpha in December, and release was in 2015, so 3 years later. Single player role playing. Unfortunately, it does not say about the original name, which is actually called Temporal Vertigo. That's what it was during the alpha demo release. And temporal refers to time, and vertigo means that it's when you have inequilibrium. So, for example, if one of your ears is not hearing correctly, the balance that it creates in your body can shift and makes you fall to the side, depending on which ear you cannot hear well with. So that's what these two words refer to. So, the story. The game is set in a distant future, very important that it is very distant, when life on Earth, so we know it's on, the events happen on Earth's surface, has long since been made impossible, and the remnants of humanity now dwell in the Underrail, a vast system of metro station states that it seems are the last bastion of a fading race. So already we are being offered a few snippets of information related to the state of humanity. We already know there are other factions and other places where humanity has expanded to or has retreated to survive. But this is where we are playing the game. All the actions take part in the Underrail. So the race is dwindling. It was dwindling before it went under Earth in the Underrail, but now it's in a much worse shape. But there were plenty of events that happened to get to that, and we shall see about them. The player takes control of one of the denizens of such a station state, whose life is about to become all much more interesting and dangerous, as our protagonist is caught amidst the conflicting factions of the Underrail as they secretly but violently struggle for humanity's last gem of hope. Ooh, quite intriguing. While there is a great sort of background plot that concerns the nature of time, again, interesting that they put it over here. The game is largely about the Underrail itself, its inhabitants, politics, strife, dangers, mysteries, as well as the player's place within all of this. So I chose to go to the wiki because it's the most robust and, how should I say, as Azif said, like if the subject is simple, then there is much more truth to it. So we don't have to speculate too much if we have the information in front of us. And the wiki is not complete by any means. There are things that are missing from the wiki, some very important things, I should say. But it does offer a large volume of information directly from the source, the Styx source, that covers most of the game. So features. Great character customization, possibly through stats, possibilities through stats, skill, feats, items, and more that allows for many different player styles. Very true. Tactical turn-based combat that utilizes weapons, energy shields, grenades, psi abilities, and much, much more. Vast underground world to explore, city-states, abandoned building complexes, natural caverns, secret areas, and so much more. Elaborate items crafting system, which unfortunately I believe it was too elaborated, because for me it got so overwhelming at one point that I said, it's much easier for me to just buy the things than to craft them, because you have to go into so many places to get certain compounds. Some of them are quite unique to very unique places, so it's annoying. I wish the crafting system would have been simplified a bit, or at least made more accessible in terms of resources, because, well, maybe on dominating it is really necessary for you to go around and fish and whatnot. I haven't played that level of difficulty, but again, I would rather not blind myself with that. So trivia, during early development, Underrail was, there we go, time-lapse vertigo, sorry, not temporal, time-lapse. I missed that part. Perfect. Yeah, well, you can, hi there, awesome Muffin Paradox. So yeah, you can buy most of the resources, the basic ones, but some of the more important compounds, for example, if you want to make a specific type of drug, you have to go hunt the bladelings, or after you defeat the beast, there is only one merchant that still sells some of those components there, but you have to travel and so on. So for example, when I was in the deep caverns, I was like, where the hell am I gonna get that compound? And I realized, it's only obtainable in Foundry, not in the deep caverns. So that was kind of a bummer. But anyway, that's just one item that I really wanted. In the end, I just didn't care anymore. I just brute forced it. So, since we got this out of the way, let's go at the timeline. So the timeline of Underrail history and present events, incomplete, heavy spoilers, clearly. So if you don't want the heavy spoilers, run, hide in the woods, burn your computer. Anyway, and they also warn us that it is incomplete. Some of the things we might have to look deeper within the files, and we will go through these things eventually, and we will complete the puzzle as much as we can. So, 4th millennium BC, but we don't know exactly what BC means in this situation, because it can mean many. Biocorp, something, I don't know. Start of recorded history, millennia of nation states. Unknown time, early space age. So, yeah, the timeline is a bit iffy here. So we have the T6 group is formed to defend the interests of the 6 supercorporation against nation states. So we are not told who are the nation states, but we are presented Biocorp, New Frontier Technology, NFT or Lemuria, Security Agency, which is one of the most interesting in my opinion, Bionic Institute, Nucleus Corporation, and Transic. These two are also very interesting. This one is kind of The old world was on its deathbed, rapidly becoming less and less capable of supporting life. So it didn't happen overnight. It was a rather excruciating, slow death on top, and they had to go underground. Each of the supercorporation were seeking their own ways to survive. So we are presented here with a program that takes place in the compound. So the compound, interestingly, this is the last DLC we've got, but this is actually the oldest program that was initiated, which is quite interesting. So in 2680 to 85, experiments related to Bacity program, and this is missing. Nothing is related to this. If I click on this, the article is not there. Take place in the compound. we will read immediately about the compound. So here, the Security Agency, Bionic Institute, Nucleus Corporation, and Transic cooperated with Biocorp during this research. Now, it's interesting because all of these corporations have their own areas. They're not. Some of them are in the North Underrail, but clearly in the South Underrail, Biocorp had the full, how should I say, monopoly, except NFT that probably sneaked in. But anyway, we will discuss about that. And interestingly, NFT does not take part into this cooperation and of the research that happened on the compound. But this is very important because we understand that the compound was a very, very vital facility that was protecting humanity. We will get to that. So first, let's go into the T6 group. So if I open the T6, I already have it open. So, miscellaneous information to be sorted. In pre-descent old world history, this group was formed in order to for the super corporation, the collective maintain, negotiate, and defend their interests primarily against nation states, which again, it's quite ominous. We don't understand what they are. Which were these political entities unified by wholly different factors than those of the super corporation. Might be like Facebook and Amazon and so on and Google, they all come together and they say, well, you know, all of these countries, we should fight against them. Because they have all the power and all the money. So this included Biocorp, New Frontier Technology, Security Agency, Bionic Institute, Nucleus Corporation, and Transic. Each super corporation had their own focus, goals, and purpose. Biocorp, genetics, research, mutagenic, and psionic. Of course, mutagenic, it's their butter and bread, you know. NFT, terraforming, non-conventional habitats, agriculture, Nucleus Corporation, nuclear power plant and weapons research, theoretical physics and astronomy. And they were like, But maybe they were the most important one. And I'm underplaying it. Then we have Security Agency, military technology, warbots. Quite an interesting thing. Bionic Institute, bionics, human-machine interfacing, artificial intelligence, and transhumanism. So these ones, they might reside in Hexagon. I'm just hoping they are there. And then Transic, psionic, theology, psychology, mind, and consciousness. So we don't know why they have theology over here. Quite interesting. But I suppose they are the main corporation that creates all of these cults like the Torchists and so on. So let's start with Biocorp. Well, actually no, let's leave Biocorp last because it has a lot of information there. New Frontier Technology, NFT, was one of the T6 a super corporation of the pre-descent time. They were all pre-descent time. Description. From Professor Oldfield, New Frontier Technology was a super corporation primarily dedicated to discovering, exploring, and populating new environments, worlds, making mankind could only dream of making their home. They developed technologies that would allow them to adapt to these environments, to the needs of mankind, but also in such a fashion as to preserve it as much as possible, or in the case of barren, desolated places, to breathe new life into them and turn them into something greater. They were explorers, visionaries, futurists, and often utopists. Quite interesting. They were quite artistic in nature. So New Frontier Technologies have created 4 distinct artificial habitats to ensure the survival of the humanity. 3 of them are known, so they are the main factor why these habitats exist. So the first one is the Black Sea project. One of the places they had settled is the Black Sea, and this is known to the academics as the Black Sea project. So the island on which the Black Sea expedition, which we start in the game, in the expedition DLC, establishes itself on the first island on which NFT settled. So the Biocorp Navy was responsible for exterminating the NFT in the Black Sea because the NFT was seen as a competitor of Biocorp. Now, we don't really know exactly what's going on here because, see, scholars are still debating in this competition was already ongoing before the descent. But then there is also a little bit of proof that NFT and Biocorp also cooperated. And we see that firsthand, and Oldfield also presents this to us. The purpose of the Black Sea expedition is to unearth the history of the Black Sea project, as well as advanced technology, of course. NFT names for the region was Lemuria. Lemuria is also a name I don't remember, maybe it was related to one of the continents' unification in the past, if I remember correctly, because it was Pangea. There were many unifications and divisions of the Earth crusts. So I think one of them was Lemuria. Maybe I'm wrong. Don't quote me on that. And as such, the personnel who lived and worked there were known as Lemurians. I always think of lemurs. Anyway, then we have the second one, Horizon. Not much is known about this project besides the name. Professor Oldfield speculates that it has been established somewhere above the surface, and the information from the Fold M7 Nexus of Technology suggests that it is located on Earth's orbit. So probably a space station, an orbital space station. Atlantis. Habitat said to exist somewhere in the north. People living there were known as Atlanteans or sub-islanders. According to Todd, Atlantis was very similar to Abyssal Station Zero. Sometime before the destruction of the Lemuria by Biocorp, an unspecified number of sub-islanders have immigrated to the Black Sea to work at the Abyssal Station Zero. Atlanteans were adapted to this confined space and the living conditions on the station and didn't need much light, space, or physical activity. Information from the same Nexus technology suggests that it is located in the deepest point in the ocean, Mariana Trench probably. Miscellaneous information: NF personnel were implanted with active RFID microchips that could be used to open the different NFT facilities in the Black Sea. So, quite a chunky piece of information here that we get. So now let's see the Black Sea Project. The Black Sea Project, also known as Hell's God, is a large underground sea in a giant cavern. There are two major factions in control of the Black Sea: the pirates, which call themselves the Grim Jetters, and they are to the south and southwest, okay? And then the natives, who are the Sormiperans or Serpentborn, who control the north. And then we have all the facilities and so on. Quite interesting. There is one facility that I haven't gone through. It's kind of tricky to get to. Let's see if I can find it. A5 message. Black Sea Leper Muti Refugee. Anyway, it's called the Lemurian Archive, and it's actually accessible from the first island, but you have to do it in a certain way, which we could not do it, obviously, because of the stats. You have to prevent the kidnapping of the professor. There is another alternative way to get into it, and you have to go through Port Seto, if I remember correctly. But yeah, again, a little bit complex to identify. It doesn't offer anything special. You have some tiny things in there and some powerful enemies actually, but other than that, it's an interesting part that you have to hunt on your own. Okie dokie. So with this out of the way, let's look at the Fold M7 Nexus of Technology Text 2. Lisa H. Jackson, first draft of Naga projectors. Note, think of a better name, article of Lemurian intelligence. But this is related to... Huh. We read this and... Well, let's see. Today they have finally unveiled the Naga protectors, named after the mythical creature of the old era, pinnacle of the Lemurian engineering, embodied by the Lemurian style. But first I would like to start at the very beginning. Yeah, and she goes through all of this. She goes before the descent. The six super corporations have always had different paradigms when it came to robotic design and development. So she explains how each of these was trying to create powerful robots. These guys, the Bionic Institute was focused more on AI, the security agency more on warfare, while NFT was focused on design and warfare at the same time. And this one is interesting. Turn to water motifs. Sensibly, it was the primary source of inspiration, absence of the sun. Yeah, so that's why they created all of that, all of those beautiful designs, in order to kind of simulate the old days and the environment on the surface to some extent. Okay. Major changes. Well, these are just simple notes. Fusion cannons, blah blah blah. Yeah, I don't see anything important for us to pick out of this notes. So let's move to security agency. Not much is known about the security agency. It was part of the T6 group alongside Biocorp and the New Frontier Technologies, and most of the technology they developed was primarily geared towards fighting and warfare. Their warbots are said to have been so advanced that Protectorate would look like common bandits in comparison with them. Protectorate being the new Biocorp, it has developed the third iteration, let's say. They developed humanoid warbots, so that's important to know. Multi-legged all-terrain walkers, aircraft ranging from minute recon drones to massive structure carriers, as well as vessels of inconceivable size and armament, all of which was completely automatic. Their robotic armies were completely emotionless and obedient, and according to General Korn, also self-replicating. Before the descent, they also utilized machines called orbital devastators. Now that's interesting. That could destroy any target from the edge of the stratosphere with a precision no living being could achieve. So maybe Project Horizon has one of these. That would be interesting. Unknown time before the descent, security agency has cooperated. So unknown time before the descent, they were cooperating with Biocorp research performed in the compound. So the compound was created underground before everybody descended, which is very, very interesting. most of these corporations did cooperate with on this project with Biocorp. General Korn, Lieutenant General Korn, is a high-ranking commander of the Underrail Protectorate and a member of the High Command. It was he who selected the Chemical Assault Unit to put an end to the increasing free drones threat in the South Underrail after the local leadership's efforts were deemed ineffective at handling the situation. So he comes late in the game, and this is part of the plot where you have to play as a protectorate and go after the free drones. And he's alive, obviously, and he knows about security agency and how powerful they probably are or were. We don't have much information about them at the current time. Maybe most of them have extinguished each other in various wars, as Biocorp has gone through multiple changes, so could have the other factions fragmented or changed their name and so on. Bionic Institute, they are interesting. Not much is known about them. What is known is that they were part of T6 alongside this. They strove towards bionics and human-machine interfacing. So this is why I think they are probably situated in Hexagon, because that is the core city where technology has advanced a lot. Machines they developed were intelligent and sentient, with the capability to think, feel, and even love. So they are probably the inventors of the acorn, but it's kind of dubious because there aren't many acorns available. So it's curious. It is curious if they are truly the inventors, or maybe they have been given the blueprints on how to build it to some extent. Bionic Institute considered them a member of the society and treated robots almost as equally as their creators. Their ultimate goal was to merge humans with machine. According to Ezra, artificial intelligence they developed were the most advanced among the other super corporations. So possibly when you bring the acorn to Ezra, he gives you the extra information related to this. Again, they pre-descent they also cooperated with Biocorp on the compound. And the compound is a very important piece, because I think it was the first project developed to secure the survivability of mankind underneath the ground's crust. And they also offered the brain-machine interface and the combat used in the combat exoskeletons, which is something that we cannot have access to, because when we create our exoskeletons, we don't have a specific component to create that, to make that happen. Anyway, Nucleus Corporation. Again, not much is known about them. They are part of T6, and they were the forefront of nuclear power and weapon research, theoretical physics, and astronomy. So they had developed quite some important weapons, especially the fusion cannon that we have discovered in the compound, where it was a test subject weapon in there. And then we have Transics. Again, not much is known about them, part of T6, and they were primarily dedicated to psionic, theology, psychology, mind, and consciousness research. Now, this is an interesting question. Where has psionics started? Because it's not related to us anywhere in the game. And we take things for granted in the game that can easily obscure the information that we need to put head to head to understand how it works. So it is known that Transic has cooperated with Biocorp as well on the compound, and provided various equipment related to the program itself. And possibly even the units, because it is said that they were part of Transcendix related to the cloning program. So that is what Pasity program should refer to. So they were very powerful psionics, were an army of psionics that could clone themselves in order to create this, let's call it, protective shield against forces of the void. And again, we don't have information about the void or the void creatures themselves or what happens out there, but we will try to investigate it. So I think the compound should be our very first stop. We didn't go to Biocorp. I think I'll do it afterwards. Biocorp has... Well, let's take a tiny look at Biocorp, because Biocorp is vast and has a lot of information to other things and locations and so on. And probably I will leave the characters afterwards, because the characters will make much more sense when we explore their relationship to our gameplay. So let's go and see. Biocorp was an old world super corporation, possibly the biggest out of all of them. Possibly, I don't know. So this section needs expansion. Probably they didn't complete it. Biocorp was an old world superpower of the T6 group. It is responsible for much of the history of the Underrail. It is its third iteration, Protectorate Biocorp, currently remains a major power in the Underrail. So major research projects that they have developed, these have various implications throughout the game, because we explore all of these things. Subgroups, they had the Biocorp Under Navy that attacked the NFT, Old Biocorp's Armed Forces, which was that investigative quest where we went and saw the guys that assassinated each other and so on. Quite interesting one. Reformed Biocorp Security Forces, Biocorp Hydraulic North, and so on. These all things, they're forgettable. Oh, the Spectres were actually the guys that were the special assassins. Or something like that. Anyway. History. Biocorp's known history dates back centuries, and it's almost synonymous with Underrail history. Biocorp originally created the Underrail, possibly with the use of Acorn, or most likely, when danger on surface world seemed too great. The history of Biocorp and Underrail can be roughly divided into three eras. The original Biocorp, the reformed Biocorp, and the current Protectorate era. The original Biocorp, Hollow Earth incident. And we will go into all of this in a bit. So actually we would have to skip this for now, because this follows a pattern that we still have to go through the timeline. So let's look a little bit at the compound, because the compound plays a major role. So the compound is a major location added to the Underrail heavy-duty expansion. It has been accessed by accepting the trip to the north quest given by Buck Nimble in Upper Underrail. I think they originally wanted to implement this into Underrail 2, but probably made some adjustments to integrate it here in the Southern Underrail, because they seem quite the base of how the Underrail was built and why the Underrail was built. And beyond that, they have quite advanced technology for what they offer, and South Underrail kind of lives in the ruins, but they cleverly situated them in the dark, what was it called? The Dark Territory. So it was between South and North Underrail, and not many people could reach here without properly going through the tunnels and knowing the directions. And it was clearly heavily defended, so nobody could get in. But they have a much deeper meaning to that, other than just being a cloning unit, a cloning facility, and one of production, because they were also producing the exoskeletons here. They had assembly lines and so on. So description: the compound, also known as the Transregional Joint Research Compound or Oneiros compound, is an... What does Oneiros? This sounds so familiar to me. A Greek mythology, dreams were something personified as Oneiros or Oneiroi. So it is a god of dreams. Interesting. Okay. Now we have that information set in place. Let's go back to this. So, where was I? Is an old Biocorp facility located in the dark territory between South Underrail, Upper Underrail, and North Upper Underrail, abandoned for centuries. Now, we're not given very much information why they abandoned it, especially since it's played a very pivotal role for everybody to stay safe in the underground. It is patrolled to this day by exo-soldiers, an army of identical telepathic clones. The location is regularly patrolled by exo-soldiers squads, which will attack the player on sight. Each patrol consists of randomly chosen exo-soldiers accompanied by a technomedic, random tactical support bot. Oh my god, I hate those bots. The doggy bots. And sometimes also an intersector. The number of patrols is finite. However, if the player kills all normal exo-soldiers, then the patrols will be replaced with squads of elite psionic commandos. Psychopracts, whatever. Exo-soldiers sometimes also create barricades. I knew they were putting some crazy things in the way. In the compound, blocking the way and making moving around the facility more difficult. So we have a few places where they spawn and what we have in there, but it's quite extensive for what should I call it? For a simple side quest, which is also optional. You're not forced to go into the compound. You only need to go outside of the compound, get some batteries, recharge the silly train. I don't remember what was the name. Anyway, it had a name. And then you have to make your way back through the tunnels. Easy peasy. But if you so choose to go through the compound, you will discover a very amazing thing. So, command, there is a hidden safe. Bam. Where is the quest? Quest. Cognator. Let's look at the Cognator. So Cognator is the supreme commander of the exo-soldier forces. He can be found locked in the med chamber at the end of the compound in command headquarters. He is a very powerful thought control psionic. However, defensively he is rather weak. Killing him will cause exo-soldier patrols to stop spawning, and the remaining soldiers will lose their sensorimotor command stack. Anyway, these are some buffs they receive. But if we look at the quest itself, we see that you journey to the North Underrail, and as we go through we find ourselves in this strange military facility defended by an army of soldiers in strange armor. Exploring the location to get to the bottom of the situation. So, so if you don't kill anyone, the Cognator will be prone to talk to you. Probably this is related to difficulty, so if you kill nobody, he will talk to you. So you need second sight, or if you're a psionic, and he will ask you to go to war and help him against an unknown invader immediately, starting void battle quest should the player accept. So what is interesting about the Cognator is that he was placed there to use this army to go into the void and combat actual void creatures. Now, the game itself is kind of a RTS in that part, like a turn-based strategy RTS. No, it's a turn-based strategy, not RTS, sorry. But I don't think we can see the void battle, can we? No. So once we complete that whole process, he explains to us that he was placed there with the army to ensure that the void did not win, because the void is very clearly present on the surface, and we can deduct that information from the tower, from the auxiliary tower that we went through all the way almost to the top, but since we weren't playing dominating, we could not reach that. And even when you play dominating, it's a 50-50 chance you can get up there, because the game loves RNG in that sense. Anyway, but the point is that the surface is devoid of life, but there is clearly something out of the bounds of the psionic realm, of the void realm, that interfaces or comes across there and materializes or becomes grounded, let's say, into our reality because of the lights that happen in the void battle. They have to light some beziers, whatever they are, and that keeps humanity in the Underrail safe. Now, unfortunately, we have zero idea why they abandoned the project, the scientists that were there. Maybe they died, maybe something really happened to them because there were some mishaps, and some of the cognators or subcognators tried to become more independent, and the main cognator put them to sleep. He didn't eliminate them. So there is something happening there. Perhaps more information will be released further the further the game is developed for Underrail 2. But I believe they are an anchor to reality, and they are the main defenders between the void and our realities, and that can be we will fantasize about that a little bit later when we go to speculations, because there is a lot to speculate. So we've got the compound out of the way, so let's go back to the timeline. So we've seen that the compound was developed before the descent. So they already knew that the world was dying, but it is unknown when the descent happened. The descent basically means that the corporation with the best and brightest human beings, well, they didn't turn out very bright in the end, but anyway, descended under the in the underrails to, well, they not necessarily only to the underrail, but to all of these zones that NFT talked about, to ensure the survivability of the human race. So, unknown time, the descent, also known as the end history, Biocorp creates the Underrail. As I said, probably through the use of Acorn. NFT establishes 4 habitats: Lemuria, Horizon, Atlantis, and an unknown 4th, which we do not know much about, which might come in Underrail 2. Fate of the other T6 members is unknown. So we only know about NFT and Biocorp, and a little bit of Transic, but it's just a fragment. Post-descent, so era of old Biocorp. we know the year is around, which is year 0 post-descent, 371. So quite a long time ago. The Underrail is created by the original Biocorp. The dangers of the outside world were deemed too great. Underrail was to be made into a completely self-sustained environment. 341, 351 years ago, or 20 to 30 post-descent, Shadowleaf is discovered in the abyssal excavation site 6. And this one is quite complex because probably this is the reason why the Biocorp had the war with the NFT, because we see here that they discovered it 20 to 30 years when they descended, so quite recently after descension. They already had some very powerful technology available to them, but the war between them, the great war between Biocorp and NFT, happens 122 years. So there is around 100 years between the discovery of the Shadowleaf and the war itself. And it is known that the Shadowleaf itself was experimented and investigated for quite some time. So let's have a look at the Shadowleaf. Made black rectangle prism of the Abyssal Station 0 in research of the development station. So to merely call the monolith dark will not be accurate. Its blackness is not merely the lack of reflecting light, but emptiness in every way. The space is not vacant or filled with dark substance, but rather it feels as though there is not even any space there. It is more like a tear of space-time. Again, space-time, quite interesting. Or perhaps a tear in reality itself, revealing that nothingness is beyond. At the same time, the monolith does appear as if it has some sort of existence itself, and existence seems clearer and more fundamental than that of everything else around it. But we know that this is just a tiny piece of the monolith. The whole monolith is underneath the surface of the water. So between the fall of Lemuria and the arrival of the player, an event occurred which the four alternate personas of Todd refer to as the disunion. So until the disunion happened and so on and so forth, there was the war, of course, but before that, the piece of monolith that was placed in the development section, research and development, was there for quite some time. So the corruption might not have happened overnight. Now, I believe, in my personal experience, from what I have went through the game, that Biocorp knew about the black monolith, the dark monolith, or the Shadowleaf, sorry. And perhaps they saw the dangers of what was happening to the Lemurians, and actually that is why they sent the Under Navy there eventually. Because I don't think they just discovered it by accident, or probably they discovered it. They were by accident their operation, but surely they must have known, because when we go into the Abyssal Station 0, we are presented with the facts that somebody in the Biocorp has already investigated other xenotechnology in the first place, and in the second they sent the disk which cut the monolith. So they helped in that regard. So they had a great deal of information. But then again, maybe there were other sub-factions within the original Biocorp that are not were not being told of the project itself or the presence of the NFT in that area of the Black Sea. And interestingly enough, Black Sea is like 15 kilometers away from Core City, which is not very far. But anyway, so the personnel were experimenting and doing research on the Shadow Lead started to gradually become more and more violent and insane. Logs found in the R&D section hint that the researchers came into contact with and then fell under the influence of the entity that they call Flotsomir, which was connected somehow to the Shadowlith. Eventually, they armed themselves and butchered the Lemurians and any fellow Atlanteans who refused to join them before taking a chunk of the Shadowlith with them and using the docket, subspheres, and submarines to leave the Black Sea. That chunk is on the Savages side. So a chunk from this chunk. Or maybe this is the entire Shadowlith. I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps they brought the entire Shadowlith inside the base and the little chunk that they cut and investigated is now in that area. So perhaps they did it like that. And eventually became the Sormi Barons. But this is a combo between... Actually, it wasn't only Atlanteans. We know there were also some of the Lemurians as well in that department. So everybody that was in there just went insane and became the Sormi Barons. So the Sormi Barons, the Savages, didn't come from anywhere. They were created in a way. Because I've seen a lot of speculations online saying that, oh, they came there with their religious serpent, whatever. But if you're not going through the specific visions and so on and to understand the full lore, you might take it as a joke or some silly savages that survive from another place and they devolved so much that they started doing weird things to themselves. But no, it is quite interesting how these whole things play around here. So the few remaining Lemurian and Atlanteans that settled off R&D and never returned there. Okay, when the player claims the acorn, the Shadowlith will activate. So interesting that the acorn was in the presence of the Shadowlith. And interesting that this is a trigger for the Shadowlith. We don't really know. Perhaps the acorn itself was doing more than just staying idle, you know? Plunging the room into almost supernatural darkness and spawning void creatures which can be attacked by the player, and the only way to destroy and stop the spawning is with the Eternal Torch, which we have discovered later on. Character with Psi Empathy, 6 effective will, score will also, and at least 80 effective skill in any Psi school are able to focus on it and see the vision, which we will get. The visions we will keep for the end of the game, because they have to be read in a certain order, or at least the order that I have discovered. But also importantly, this was acting sort of a gateway, but also as a source of corruption, but not only corruption, of also empowerment of the users, and changing them both mentally and physically. But not too interestingly enough, not all Stormy Barons are affected by the Shadowlith in psychical way, a psychological way, I mean. Aside from Magnar, who is the king, and a few other named NPCs and so on, probably even their shamans, most of the Stormy Barons are just casual savages, you know? They're just tribal. So perhaps it requires, how should I say, to be all the time in the presence of the artifact itself, of the chunk of the Shadowlith, to get corrupted to that point. Anyway, that's something by the by. So we have discovered something related to the Great War between the Biocorp and an NFT. There was something else that jumped into my face. What was it? Not the void creatures. We'll keep the void creatures for later, and the eternal torch as well. And also we can use the outer vision fit. We'll get the outer vision fit if we use this. Whatever. Anyway. Was there something else? No. So we have finished with the T6, New Frontier, Security, Nucleus. We're gonna just skip the Biocorp. And then we have Acorn arrives at Abyssal Station. So it was, interestingly enough, it was already there, but it was taken down. Last entry in the Abyssal Station, cargo traffic date 122. Lemurian Health Center is left dead following the war against Biocorp Under Navy. Receptionist standby by 250 years, and so on and so forth. Then we move to Hollow Earth incident, which is a very... we don't have the article, but we know what happened there. Partially. There is more to describe to that. So Underrail became unable to sustain its large population, and thus the famine started, which created the riots and so on. But that was one of the elements that created the Hollow Earth incidents. Questions of immoral experiments and corruptions were raised. But interestingly enough, when we went there into the Kairos Institute, living quarters, and we read all those notes, they said like nobody's really caring what they're doing. Like everybody's kind of left to their own devices to experiment however they wish, and they were kind of questioning that. Phenotype Dynamics project plays a large role in the incident. This is related to when the Faceless were experimented with. Revolts occur everywhere, making the end of the old Biocorp. But the revolts occurred because a number of factors, and it was unrelated directly to the institute in the Hollow Earth, but eventually it has expanded towards there, and somebody took the opportunity to kind of hit them where it hurt the most. Maybe we'll leave the deep caverns for later, because deep caverns have a lot of information, and we will go through the various experiments and whatnot and characters that were there. The great... okay, so 120 years ago, 251, the Great Shadow Emission in Abyssal Station 0 happens, destroying many electrical records and damaging the station. So the Great War happened 250 years, and for around 120 years or something like that, they were surviving there. And then the Shadowlith did all of those things. Atlanteans in R&D stuff fell under the influence of the Flotsomir, and then the disunion happened. So it was quite a bit of time for the change. It didn't happen overnight. So as we see, all of these events, they have a prerequisite, and it takes a long amount of time to fester, and then when the event happens, it takes everything down in a clean swoop. And it's quite scary because you see everything defragmenting in front of you, and you cannot do much about it. So then we have, after the Hollow Earth incident, which we'll get into a bit later, the era of the reformed Biocorp happens. And this happened around 100 years ago. So there were 20 years distance between the abyssal station, well, the Flotsomir, where the savages have gone out of the abyssal station 0, and then around 20 years between the descent of the old Biocorp and the new Biocorp took place. So who knows who tried to take power from whom. So this union takes place in the abyssal, about a century ago, yeah, okay. Biocorp was restructured by a group of scientists and engineers. And some of these engineers later were sent into the Hollow Earth to investigate what happened to the technology there. We will get to that later. All places of power restored, core, hexagon, and this. So for 20 years, or at least 20 years, these three cities, main cities, were not under specific rulership of anyone. Biocorp security forces are established to maintain peace. This is the initial forces that later on have become the Protectorate. Experiments likely related to Project Arc and phenotype dynamics are performed in Depot A. But yeah, this is Depot A is actually the junkyard. So if we remember correctly, Wyatt said at one point that Depot A and eventually B, which we discovered through the expedition, served many purposes. So initially, it was a port for the Under Navy in Core City. Later on, it had various projects developed inside its facilities, and they were probably under the leadership of the reformed Biocorp. And then we know what happened to Depot A. Then we have Aidan 100 years ago. So this is over 100. Now we are 100 years ago, the year 271. Aidan discovers Torch. And in the deep caverns, according to the original report. Formation of the Institute of Torch is in the abandoned old Biocorp University. But it's kind of weird. This university had a very unique role, and we have zero information of what the university was about before the Torches took over it. We know it was abandoned, but we don't understand why. Well, we know that obviously the original Biocorp fell, so it wasn't under their leadership, but we don't know its purpose. It still serves as an university at the moment, amongst other things, but it's quite unique, to say the least. Then, 58 years ago, or year 330, major Torchist conflict with the Faceless, and it's the Battle of Nucleus, which the Torchists have secured against the Faceless. The Faceless were pushed back, but the Faceless weren't so numerous back then. And you can imagine that in 60 years they have probably grew quite strong. And then 17 to 80 years ago, the Protectorate is formed by General Melek. And it's formed from the previously, what were they called? Biocorp security forces. And the era of Protectorate Biocorp, which takes down through, again, riots, the Protectorate takes over this and the Biocorp's capital, and for 3 years, around 3 years it took them to take over. And then in 50 years ago, Core City riots occur. Days of the reformed Biocorp are numbered. Archibald, Knight of Biocorp Security, founds the Praetorian Security. These are the factions that we already meet in the game, of course. Rupert Simmons founds Cortec as a successor to Biocorp. So in a way, they are the fourth Biocorp iteration, because even the Praetorian security is kind of splinter cell of the Protectorate Biocorp in a way. And then Biocorp final dissolution. A few years later, Gunnar Edstrom arrives in Core City and founds the JKK, which he worked for. Oligarchy is formed by the Knight Simon and Edstrom. Civil war on Core City streets subsides because they brought order. And then 11 years ago, Wallace Steele starts the Free Drones movement. So who is Wallace Steele? Let's read a little bit about him. Wallace Steele was a young anarchist and founder of the Free Drones movement. He started 11-12 years ago as a response to the Protectorate takeover in the North Underrail. Although he was soon imprisoned and executed, his movement survives to this day. So he is the one who has started the Free Drone Revolution. His last name is referenced to the Georgian partisan leader and the nation hero Khosro Katushka whatever, this guy. So he got a new synonym for himself, a new emblem. And then we have 8 years ago, Torches start exporting medication to Core City to get their influence. 5 years ago, the Protectorate started constructing Fort Apogee in the Upper Underrail. Free Drones form a new cell in the South Underrail, which we can interact with both of these places, but we haven't in our playthrough. And less than 3 years ago, Hadrian Tanner contacts Oculus to steal something from the Faceless. We will go into this will be very important. Unknown Oculite acquires the cube. I read quite a bit about this, it's interesting. And passes it to James Steiner, which fails to make sure that Terry and Laura Baker that Tanner sends arrive to their destination safely. And he retrieves the cube. He gives them the cube, and eventually he loses sight of them, and they get killed. Significant earthquake occurs. Parts of the Underrail are blocked off, and new passages open, or old passages. And also this was due to the fact that the cube was stolen and the Faceless were coming towards the surface with their tunnelers. And present day, 371 years, almost, oh geez, that's quite a long time. The player completes Tanner's test and joins the Southgate station. Cornell steals the cube from the Bakers. But interesting, it's less than a year ago. Okay, so it was quite recent, because this took like about a week or two or something like that. The Faceless dispatch patrols to find the artifact. North and South Underrail are cut off from each other. Cortec acquires the cube for testing, as we have gone through the playthrough. Then Torches steal it, and shortly afterwards the Faceless invade the Institute of Torch by force, and Torch is destroyed by the player, and the cube is returned to the Faceless. You cannot do anything other than return it to the Faceless, and or give it to 6. And Tanner flees to North Underrail. So that is the cliffhanger that the game ends on. And then we have a few sources where we get most of the information we require. Although, interestingly enough, we have some information for Corbin Trenton, Alvi Beta, and Harvey Fontaine. And these 3 guys are in the Free Drones. But again, they don't offer much information here in the wiki. And these guys are interesting. Their quest is quite unique in many ways, but in other ways it feels a bit, how should I say, short-lived and kind of disappointing based on what you have to do. For my playstyle, I chose the torches because I thought it was the most rational way to go around the story without doing too many bad things, let's say that. I will not spoil too much. The quests are really fantastic, both for the free drones and the protectorate. But I do not agree with their conceptions or their approach to solving issues. And I'll say this much: I don't think protectorate trying to unify the station is a bad approach. Because if we realized something is that when we saw the surface, well, we didn't see it through my playthrough, but we know that the surface is barren and there is no life left on the surface. Possibly there are in Horizon and Atlantis, possibly. We don't even know anything about those places anymore. But since we already know that life in Underrail suffered so many suffering because of famine, the Hollow Earth incident, the mutations, the Depot A, and so on and so forth, and all the riots, population has gone down dramatically. I don't think there is a lot of copulation to repopulate the Underrail. And also, there isn't a lot of food to go around. We haven't seen other stations that have hydroponics. Only SGS had hydroponics, if I remember correctly. And which is weird. But even so, Camp Hathor can't supply the entire Underrail with food indefinitely. It can supply it certain stations and so on, but they're quite remote and it's not a sustainable source of food if the population grows out of bounds. That's just my estimation. Good. Now, let's see a little bit about Biocorp. So when we reached the let's focus actually on who survived the original Biocorp and who has survived the second Biocorp. So we have two people that have survived from what I know, two confirmed people. One is Aiden. I don't know if I can find him here. No? One is Aiden, and the other one is Wyatt Pierre. Wyatt Pierre was from Depot A when Ezra and somebody else came and released the mutagen on them. And obviously the mutagen that they were being offered didn't affect them. That's also very important. And we also know that Ezra is a powerful thought controller in his school of psionics. So Aiden is the supreme leader of all Torchists. He is the one who originally found Torch and is the only one person who can directly communicate with it. Now, background. Aiden is both a name he adopted and a title. Greek for intellectual knowledge. His real name is Aiden Travers, or Aiden. Nearly 100 years ago, he was a renowned new Biocorp, or a reformed Biocorp, researcher and a member of the Biocorp University. So that is why he overtook the university. He already knew about it, and probably he was doing his research there in the new Biocorp era, who led an expedition to the ruins of old Biocorp research complex in the deep caverns. Now the question is, when was the Biocorp University invented? In the old Biocorp time or in the new Biocorp? From its position and everything else, I would say it was the old Biocorp, because it is maintained, but there are also kind of clues that there were research being done there, and most of the research was done by the old Biocorp. The new Biocorp also started doing their own research, but they didn't fare so well in the long run. So he led an expedition to the ruins of old Biocorp research complex in the deep caverns. However, the hostile environment left him the sole survival of that group. Therefore, he found Torch and managed to establish a communication with him being with the being, and began to study it. After he successfully returned from the deep cavern. He used the knowledge he learned from studying Torch to convince the rest of the university to form the Institute of Torch. So he overtook the university in the new Biocorp. Since then, he became a leader of the university and managed to prolong his lifespan by applying results of the research to his own body. So he took a different approach that he was being taught by Torch on how to prolong his life. Although possibly it had a very bad influence on his physique, because we know he was experimenting with the rejects, so perhaps he looks similar in nature. Or something. Player interactions. You can meet Aiden around the institute, but he won't have much to talk to you while you're a novitiate. You can gain access or audience with him by working with either preservation or investigation sections of the institution until you've been invited to become a member of either one. And then the strange tremor happen, and you don't have too much time with Aiden because nobody says he died 100%, but his body was never recovered, so it's possible they shot him on the spot, but knowing that he has prolonged his life, it's also possible he could regenerate and escape. Or maybe the Faceless just took him. Nobody really knows. I think it makes sense that the Faceless took him away. So he was an important member. So he is around 100 years old. That much is known. But actually, he is more than 100 years, because he was around maybe in his middle age or a little bit younger when he went down to investigate the deep caverns and discover Torch. So he's maybe 140, 160 or something like that. He says he's over 100 years. Not exactly 100 years. Anyway. So we have those two. But they are just little puppies in comparison to everybody that has survived from the old Biocorp. And I will tell you the ones that did survive. Now let me just get my notes here. So, first and foremost, we have... Where is he? So, known old Biocorp personnel. Well, all of them are old Biocorp personnel. But these were the high technocrats. I want to say they're like techno-rats. So we have Slavkovic, sorry. Then we have Anton Matev. His alias was White. Then we have Kirill Gavrilyuk, which his alias was Vovin. Robin Frassard, who was the first architect of the mutagen atom and the mutagen research. But out of these 3 are known to have survived. And we will get into that a bit later. Some of them, these 2 we haven't seen in our playthrough, but I will explain why. And this one is actually Ezra. Actually, it even says Ezra. So they were genetic engineering, apex technocrat, project ascendance, phenotype dynamics, various projects related to transgenics, morphism, and transhumanism. Gavriluk was in similar projects, and this guy just invented the mutagen research. Was the first. Well, I don't know how old he is, but not much information is given to him about him. Then we have these guys, but out of this, we have confirmed that Vasilika has survived, Gunter Vasilika, and we will get into all this, who he is. With Nosek has also survived, and his alias was Talos, but he was into phenotype dynamics, our project, and Arima project. But he possibly died when we met him because he was too old and he lost his mind. So possibly that is the reason why his longevity. They say that their longevity was ensured by the experiments they were doing, but not their immortality. They weren't immortal. They could be killed, but they could also die at a certain moment. And possibly he didn't take care of himself. Possibly they need to still intake some of the mutagens or some elements that prolongs their life. Although I don't think the mutagens themselves are enough to prolong their lives, but also it's not the only way to prolong their life. They had various methods of prolonging it. We'll get to that. And then we have John Dyson, who we know it is the dude. Quite awesome, quite an awesome character. So I think 6, Dude, and the Ferryman are the best written characters in the game. They offer the vast majority of the information, and you interact with them in quite a number of ways, multiple times, of course. Wasi Abdul never made it, but he was the first casualty in something related to what Dyson was doing. And Stigra also is one who was there in some capacity. So, currently living people associated with one stage of Biocorp history or another. So we have Ezra, Karen, Vitek, Dude, Gunter Vasilika, and Witness Nosek. And then Reformed Biocorp, we have Archibald Knight, which again is kind of weird, but not impossible. Rupert Simmons and Modra. But they might have just survived naturally, not by expanding their lifetime, because they could have came towards the ending of the Reformed Biocorp. And actually, yeah, all of them were towards the end of the Biocorp. And locations, this Core City. So this was the Biocorp capital. Core City was a major center of research. Many of old Biocorp facilities are within the city. Abandoned Biocorp facility, Cortec research facility. Hexagon was the third major place of power for both old and reformed Biocorp, which is very important. And then we have research outpost Hollow Earth, which is the research complex in the deep caverns, and all of these places within it. Pansea Lab in the upper Underrail, Hecta research outpost in lower and lower. These ones were abandoned. Other Institute of Torch, Bunker Upper Caves. We've been there. Southgate Station is the abandoned bunker. It's the one that looks a little bit like Fallout. And Depot A, which is also known as the Old Junkyard. And as I said, Depot A is kind of a pivotal element for the story because that's where the tutorial ends for the player. Until we finish all the recovering circuit for the tunneler, which is again interesting that the tunnelers existed. I don't know if they recovered it from the Faceless or tunnelers or something from the old Biocorp, which I though suspect it was from the old Biocorp, because if they would have used, as it says by the acorn itself, it was actually a device that was creating other devices through its nanotechnology to be used to perform the necessary work to create the infrastructures and so on and so forth. So possibly the tunnelers were used widely back then, not only by the Faceless. And I have some interesting ideas about what the Faceless are and their city and so on. But Depot A is very important for us, so let's have a look. And this one was a munition depot, interesting. The bunker. So description: Depot A, also known as Junkyard, is a vast dungeon area north of the Junkyard, consisting of 7 map areas. It is an actual original junkyard that is town was built next to for the scrap that our predecessors found there. It's a restricted area now, though an account of some accident with a mutagen tank that happened a long time ago. It's a crazy zone now. This is from Colton. So Depot A is the original site of Junkyard, but nowadays it's closed off thanks to an accident of mutants roaming inside. Acid mutants, sorry. The area is littered with empty mutagen containers. So interesting, from times when Biocorp was performing mutagen experiments in there. And scrappers control the only way in, but we dealt with that with the black eels and so on and so forth. Enemies, quests, and so on and so forth. The map area, quite an interesting place. But as I said, it served many purposes. Do we have him here? Muties, dogs, plasma, no. Plant the explosives, that is later on. Let's see, do we have White Pier somewhere over here? Yeah, Wyatt. So Wyatt Pier lives in the west end of Depot A, with some pet dogs and a mined front yard, surrounded by acid mutants created by an unknown Biocorp mutagen, delivered with the aid of a mind control by a Biocorp agent, naively described as resembling Ezra. He has been exposed to the same mutagen, but it did not turn him into a pile of acid. It's referring to Pier. Instead, he turned into a non-aging, never-sleeping, enhanced human. He claims that the mutagen exposed of Depot A happened over 100 years ago, and he hasn't slept once since. He uses whatever that magnum. He's involved with the armadillo drill parts, and Wyatt is a reference to Wyatt Earp. He was an American lawman and gambler in, well, whatever. From 18, okay, it's an American thing. And he's quite strong. Not the strongest, but he does have quite a few abilities in his arsenal. So he is a force to be reckoned with. He can instantly shoot you, especially at a very early stage. Though we still see that he has a scar there. Also, Ezra has a scar as well. So he is one of the two that have survived over 100 years since the new reformed Biocorp. Good. So we have covered Aiden, we have covered Wyatt, Pierre. What else do we have to cover? This is normally discovered through the game. Wall of Steel, free drones. Free drones are quite interesting. They also explain, there is one character in the free drones that relates to the Grey Army, and if you look through the whole series, you see that I said something at the beginning with the Grey Army when we traveled there with Dude, that it was probably another dimension or something, or a parallel universe, which I was wrong, because that place really exists. So it's a different faction. We don't know who they belong to, which country, which nation. Maybe it's one of those nations the corporations were against. We have no idea. Not much information is given about the Grey Army. And we can actually look at the Grey Army. Let's see, what can we select? Free drones. So in the free drones, so they are an anarchist group opposed to the expansion of the United Stations and the Protectorate. And again, I feel like they're not the heroes of the game. I hate joining them because of what they do. And if you go to the Protectorate in Fort Apogee and talk to some of the soldiers there, they indirectly say some of the horrible things that the free drones have done to some of their comrades and so on. And some of the techniques they employed, very, 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 very messy. On the other hand, the Protectorate also kind of replies in kind with the traditional Biocorp. Well, let's just say they use the same tactic as the Under Navy used on NFT. And I'll leave it at that. It's not like a secret. It's like their trademark. It's in their name, Biocorp. Anyway, so the primary hideaway is in the South Underrail free drone cell. It's easy to find in the under passages. They have a few more tiny spots. But where is the guy characters? Wallace, Alvin. There are quite a few of them. This guy. So, Jersiovek Zdinian Skinik Slavorad Kokoshka is the single most eccentric member of the free drones. He's really fun. He has some really fun dialogues. With a name almost no one can pronounce. Most of the time he can be found inside the base, hanging out in close proximity to Darling. Yeah, he really likes Darling. So if player wears a grey soldier armor or grey officer armor during the first meeting, he will get upset and refuse to speak to the player until they change their clothes. So they don't like the Grey Army. So background. Kokoshka hails from Chokovo Ludilo, a settlement found far west, possessing the customary patriotic spirit of the people. For a time, he has served in the Great United Army of the Fatherland, during which he was stationed at the military base of Tratiskevo. What is Tratiskevo? Is it the Grey Army base? Oh, it is! It is. It's where Dude takes us. He arrives to South Underrail only a couple of months ago once he heard the stories about the Protectorate, the great evil threatening to destroy all Underrail. He couldn't bear to sit idle anymore and personally took up arms against it and its followers with huge claws and sharp teeth. Although his lack of fluidity in the local language remains somewhat of an obstacle to successful communication, and his comrades are not entirely convinced that he understands what they are fighting for, his sincerity and enthusiasm earned him a great popularity among them. So his mindset and behavior are firmly rooted in the Western value and tradition, and he struggles to make sense of Southern mentality, finding it part curious and part derailed. Coming from a close-knit society, the absence of common identity between the people of South Underrail is particularly disheartening to him. He often talks of his culture and family, including his parents and brother, whatever. Babushka como Ranshoho. So difficult to pronounce. What the hell? Who is she? Is the brother of... living in Knyokovo, Ludilo, Western Underrail. Okay. And Father Jarkov Moknik is a supreme leader of the Western... What? Supreme leader of the West Underrail. Not okay, being the official title of the highest ranking general of its military. Known as a stern but fair leader, his politics revolve first and foremost around ensuring the fatherland safety from outside threats, in stark contrast with the North Underrail. The Protectorate expansionism, or South Underrail, every station for itself mentality. If description of him are to be believed, he displays many values held by the high regard of the West: nationalism, traditionalism, understanding the importance of family, being a hospitable head of his household, and having an impressive mustache. He married once and he has many children to continue his line. His likeness is featured in the bills of the fatherland currency, Zlatroya, which we have collected some. So interestingly enough, his father is quite a figure, but again, I don't think he knows what he got himself into here. So he does exchange the currency, those Zlatortias, at a currency of at a ratio of 2:1. So he has 150 kerns to trade. With 65 effective mercantile, you can get up to 250, which is nice. He also players can sell him canned whatever for 50 kerns. After us, you can persuade him to borrow his unique assault rifle. That's nice, yeah, borrow. You can also take it, of course. And he has 2 quests. And interesting to his vision, after traveling to the Grey Army base and get some whatever there, you can ask him about the money and other information about the military base in the fatherland. We already knew that the Underrail extended north, south, west, and east, but we don't know how far. So apparently there are other factions who have to be better explored. But this is just something we haven't interacted with. So as I said, if we covered around 70% of the game. The other 30 is quite consistent, so you have to play different playthroughs to get the whole picture, and multiple times, because you can't do it in one pin soup. You can, for example, to make it easier, you can save at certain points where you have to make these decisions, and when you finish a timeline or you finish a playthrough, you just return to that and you don't have to do the entire playthrough, but you're stuck with that class, of course. it's a way to do it. Okay, so we've covered the Grey Army base. And it's clear that we accidentally end up there with the dude when we rift walk. Again, not much information about what rifts are and how they work and what the void is. So, but they're connected and they have a lot of power, but it's outside the game's explanation. So we have to take some educated guesses, let's say. So when also it's interesting that you can finish the deep caverns, and if you have let's see, does it say barracks? Okay. The player can avoid combat by wearing appropriate uniform and avoiding dialogue if they play as a male character. Very important, as I said, male and female characters play differently throughout the game. Normal uniform is not enough to infiltrate the first area of the base. However, as the player progresses through the base to the other areas, the Grey Army soldiers will become more alert, and they will attack the player if they do not pass the persuasion check, which we could, but we needed much more persuasion than I had at that time. So it's, if you want to kind of play it that way, progress through the entire game, do the deep caverns, then come back, and then you'll have enough persuasion to do whatever. Or just invest in persuasion altogether from the start, or whatever. Amount of persuasion needed depends on the area and the uniform the player wears. Officer uniform allows to avoid combat in all areas except the magazine when talk to normal soldiers, but still make other Grey Army officers suspicious of you. Quite interesting. And they're not Germans, if anybody wants to jump into that, but they have a Proto-Slavic dialect. I don't know if they talk about it here, but it is kind of a combination between some Slavic dialects and the Finnish one, interestingly enough. Or so I have read somewhere, but I can't remember right now. Or maybe the Finnish one was more related to the savages. I can't put my finger on it. Magazine. Dominating the alarm, yeah. So yeah, avoid the alarm. The alarm is crazy. Also, there is another way to kind of skip this part. You will need that oil in order to finish. Let's see, connection caves in. Does it say anything about the? Where is the quest? Grey Army. Do other quest. So console puzzle Grey Army. So here, the vision didn't warn you that you will get to the Grey Army base. You can't make any more juice to return to home, but actually this is quite an interesting quest in the sense that it teaches you what happens if you remain out of juice. So if you don't prepare to have juice with you, then you're gonna get stuck and you'll have to reload from an earlier save. So making manual saves is very important. Don't rely on just a few saves and the auto and what's the other one, the quick save, because you can get in trouble if you don't plan ahead. And the game is designed in such a way that you can actually destroy your way to to advance the quest line, the main quest line. So for example, if you go to the battery place at the beginning of the game and you destroy that little robot, you won't be able to activate the well, I think they kind of prevented that, but there are some ways to mess with that quest and make yourself locked in there, you know. and or maybe they fixed it later on. But it's kind of like Morrowind in a way that you can kill an essential NPC and your quest line gets broken. So the same can happen here, but there is an alternative. There is another way to end the game differently than the original story, and that is by becoming a mutant. And the game is much shorter, obviously, but becoming a mutant is such an interesting aspect that it also unlocks some of the best hidden secrets inside Underrail. So we will get to that. So related to the gray army base. So dude cannot make any more juice, and he needs the mineral oil that might inexplicably provide enough lubrication for the residual juice in your body to work again. But if you have gun lubrication oil, you can get that from the armory. Or an alternative is to have hydraulic fluid canister, which you get in the deep caverns, although they are quite heavy. There is one that has 5 kilograms, and then there are a lot of them that have 10. So I suppose they thought about the one that has 5 so you can carry it around so it doesn't impede you too much. And if you finish the caverns before doing this quest, you can give him that and you skip the entire part where you have to go for the gun lubrication oil. Obviously, you have other ways to reach it, so on and so forth. Quite an interesting place, the Grey Army. It expands the story and the idea of how huge the world really is when you really put everything in perspective. Because we can only experience Underrail through the South Underrail, but we're being presented with the North Underrail, this Hexagon, and so on. All of these interesting projects that exist way outside the underground, in the deep ocean, and in the what's it called? Somewhere out of space, in the orbit of the planet. Perhaps there is another station. Quite interesting. And perhaps those will be expanded through Underrail 2 and maybe even 3 or DLCs. Who knows? Yeah, as we have seen, it takes quite a long time to develop an Underrail game, and for good reason, because the developers are so amazing and they have polished their content so well, and really there are no bugs in this game. It's very rare that you meet a bug, and even when you do, it's probably due to some if the system is not up to date or something like that. But 99% of the time I didn't have an issue with this game. In the past, when the game came out in 2015, when I got the game, or 2016, I can't remember right now, I did encounter some bugs, obviously, but even then, I could finish the game no problem. And it's fantastic, and the game has only improved since then. And I'll show you guys why. The dude is a very interesting character, and I think we should investigate what the dude is all about. So as we go with the dude, through all of his other quest, we discover more and more that who he was in the previous life and all of these visual cues. It's very important that this is also a mechanism that teaches us how to look at the game and pick up information only visually and then translate it into the lore itself. Because if we just take the writing for itself without the evidence laid around, it's just information written on a paper, and anybody could have said that in a way, But when you put one and one together, you get something amazing. And we see all of the Biocorp chairs, in his other houses and so on. The groin, what was it? He had that thing he puts around the groin belt or something like that, to defend against the dirty kick, because he always talks about his manhood and his lovely balls. and other little details that you can connect to his personality. Okay, so let's go check out the dude. So, background. A drunkard who spends his time in Rail Crossing bar, telling interesting stories and drinking way too much mushroom brew, or perhaps just the right amount. And this one, everything written here is so interesting, because why is it just the right amount? And if we look at the dude's past, we see here, before he became the dude, well, he was already the dude back then as well. He was Dr. Johnson Dyson, I don't know why this isn't connected, a high-ranking old Biocorp scientist, head of psionic research and development of Hollow Earth. So he was already a psionic himself. So, abilities being the dude. This guy is so nicely described. You can easily kill him. He doesn't have any. He's harmless. But why is he harmless? I believe it's because of the mushroom brew. And let's look a little bit at the mushroom brew, what it does. So the mushroom brew is a common type of beverage. The mechanical damage reduction in counter after armor resistance, just like a lifting belt and conditioning fit. As a version something, it gives an empty bottle. Yeah, that's really nice. It affects lasts at least 20 minutes, and it's also a quest item from the dude's vision. Yes, it is. So you have no idea what's this made of. Well, possibly of normal mushrooms around the Underrail, the most common ones that the hoppers are eating, I suppose. But the XXX label can't be a good sign. Actually, I don't even remember how you produce. You can't produce mushroom brews. You can only produce juice from mushroom brews. The XXX can't be a good sign. So when consumed, increases strength by 1 and reduces all mechanical damage taken by 10. So he puts the dude at a very big disadvantage in a way. But also reduces perception and dexterity by 2. Additionally, all psionic skills, this is the important part, are reduced by 20 and psi regeneration is reduced by 30. Consuming food will remove the effects, obviously. So I think this is the reason why he's always drunk on the mushroom brew, to reduce his capability of using psi regeneration and psi abilities. Damage modifier, blah 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 blah. Quite a lot of things happening here. So, this is why he drinks it in the right amount. So we know he was working at the Hollow Earth, Deep Caverns. He survived the Hollow Earth incident 189 years ago, almost 200, can you imagine? And continues to do his research alone, living in semi-nomadic life around Underrail, eventually forgetting his original identity. Maybe he didn't forget it, he wanted to suppress it by drinking himself. But there is a very good reason why he wants to suppress it, and we'll get to that when we'll talk about some other characters. So, player identification. The dude can tell the player about his visions and other interesting stories fueled by mushroom brew. Dude's rambling. And before I click that, this one is very interesting. This is where he had a vision that you will go and look for his mushrooms, and this is when we do the expedition part, the other quests. And he also teaches us about the rift walking in expedition and adds a new quest line. Dude's vision in advance, save before. It is advised to save before starting the quest, as you can't leave the hard quest areas until completion. Upon said completed quest, Dude will create the juice and will allow you to see teleportation rifts around the Underrail. After completing other quests, you find him a supplier, and you can buy the juice from the Dude in his cave home. Quite interesting. He does really look like a scientist if you look at him. Quite a happy one. And Cash available, none. He never has cash. Also, interestingly, you can exchange mushroom brews for juice directly. You don't have to give him money. So, we can already determine that through his vision, he sees the future. Possibly the far future and the proximity future, but he cannot control it. He cannot control the visions. And he's always said that the visions never failed him, but it did fail him when he went with us to the Grey Army, whatever, barracks. And that means that the future can be manipulated if certain events don't happen the way they can. So faith is not determined. And we will explore that part a little bit later. And the way Dude realizes that this happens the wrong way is because he partook in this rift walking with the player, with us. And he wasn't supposed to be there. Only the player was supposed to be there. And very interestingly enough, he also says one important thing, that he sees many visions about the player. And that will be a very, very important piece of information that we will use later to investigate what these visions are and how they describe the actual lore, which is not visible through the normal playthrough, unless you're a psionic, of course. So let's go about his rambling. Everything he says, mostly of everything he says, can be put into context if we pay attention during our playthroughs and we associate everything he has told us. So he says quite a few things, but we'll go to some of them. While what most of Dude says sounds like insane rambling, there is a wide variety of references to other things that the player may encounter. Asking him about the Faceless will make him mention they are a race half men, half gods, and half rocks. We'll get to what this half rocks really means. Created in the fiery bowels of the earth, again, this is interpretable, created by high pressure, and that they were initially meant to be human. Which is why they mask themselves. He will also mention a diamond they are searching for because they stare at it to feel cool. Now, initially we could interpret this cool thing as, who knows, like they really like it, but maybe it is to freeze the temperature or to lower the temperature. Because we identify the cube as a power source eventually. That's one of the uses of the power cube. And this is interesting. So they are half god, Godman, half man. They were initially human, but they were experimented on. It's not implied here, but he says here, and obviously half rock, which we'll describe later, created in the fiery bowels of the earth, which means the deep caverns, created by high pressure, and that they were initially meant to be human. Now, this high pressure is difficult to interpret, but initially meant to be human means that the experiments that were done on them, they were based on human subjects. Just like with the rejects, possibly. But for different reasons. Or possibly still for evolution in a way, to go back to the surface. Who knows? It's not described in anything we have found in the game. But we know that they were enhanced in a sense. And that is why they wear a mask. They mask themselves. Probably that they still retain a little bit of their humanity. So he talks about the diamond and they're searching for it. So I think it's related to the cube, and that is the power source that maybe keeps their entire city cool or something. I don't know, or frozen or whatever. We already know. So I would suggest that the faceless were meant to survive on the surface and that they need lower temperatures. Because they wear all that body armor, mechanical body armor, so perhaps they like the freezing part. Who knows? Difficult to describe. But that's one part of it. Then the Duke talks. And the half rocks, we will discover that they refer to the monoliths, the curious pillars. Initially, I thought it was related to the polymorphs in the rock creatures that were discovered in Foundry, but possibly they have nothing to do with this. Again, double meaning and so on and so forth. And Dude talks about the borrowers and how they are social and dangerous creatures. He claims he lived with them for a month, and that's how he got a scar that isn't noticeable by the player. We have no idea what he's talking about here. Then Dude mentions about his pet red hound, Shoe Devourer. Oh, that's so adorable. He noted that many have tamed red hounds, and that there is a red hound king in some distant caves. I don't think he referred to as a king, but whatever. So this is the reference to the red hound king in the lower caves, clearly. Dude claims that the shadow crawlers are living shadows that are interpreted by the brain as being very ugly bugs. He also mentions that worse and worse crawlers variants are found in darker places. So the darker it is, the more powerful they become. So this could relate to the shadow lit in a way, that it is emanating this its power, its psionic power probably, or whatever forces it emanates. There is also something related to that shadow lit dust or shadow dust. And Dude also references this somewhere, and it's possible that gives these shadows the possibility to manifest in a physical form, but their true form is not perceivable by humans. So that's why we see them first as shadows, and once we start to perceive them better, we give them that ugly bug form. In our three-dimensional reality space. Dude details his experience walking home before the ground suddenly rose up, and then he passed out. Then ended up in an old-looking cave, of which he got out by drinking more mushroom brew. So this could be many places. Could be that where that black stalker or whatever it was, or shadow crawler was initially. Or maybe it's the cave where he invented the laser cats. I don't know. It's left to interpretation. I don't know if it even has a meaning. And the fact that he drank more and more mushroom brew, possibly when he passes out, his subconscious takes over, and maybe he has the power, his psionic powers are activated back then. Who knows? It's only implied like this. Dude details his fear of neutrinos and how they pass through all extremely high, through all matter at extremely high speeds, blaming it for his headaches. And this is actually an interesting thing, because neutrinos can affect many things. And obviously he refers here that it affects his psionic abilities. But in reality, in our reality, neutrinos can affect, for example, your RAM in your computer, your random access memory. And for that, the computer has to have an internal clock, let's call it, that adjusts this this small randomness that happens due to the neutrinos that go through them. It's very minute. We don't even notice this in real life clearly, but those microseconds that happen within your computer have to be adjusted in order to not create delays and then corrupting your files and so on. So it is a known factor. Dude details, Dude says that he used to be an adventurer before taking a bolt to the knee, and that he ate 15 borrower burgers and got better. Reference to the Elder Scrolls Skyrim, and that he took an arrow to the knee meme. Yeah, obviously. Little Easter eggs, I love them. Dude claims there is a special place where cave hoppers go and die. Then they are resurrected into acid-breathing spirits, which we do not really understand what it means. But we have been giving... We know about the Cave Hopper Cemetery, so if we go there, we get a really nice... what's it called? Leather of very high quality. And I don't think you can get any better. You could find some, depending on your feats and so on, but that one is the best. And you can just pick it up, although be careful, you won't be, if you press tab, it won't be highlighted, so you have to manually look for it with your mouse. Dude says that he used, Dude warns the player not to shoot, touch, lick, kick, punch, feed, jump over, or sink to weird cave crystals, and as it could be disastrous for the player character's mind. Reference to the various mysterious pillars and the monoliths found in the game. Good, so the monoliths are there and they're dangerous, so he knows a lot about the monoliths. And then... what else? Dude mentioned psychoturners and how they use low-frequency psi fields to absorb any material they can. Then details one of his spells, seeing one turn into a giant rubber train after absorbing a balloon that looked like a train. And then, a few days later, he was ran over by a train. Reference to the borers. And the borers are those weird worms we have encountered in the deep caverns. No, not in the deep caverns, in the foundry mines, sorry. And that they are harmless. Now, I don't know, this is kind of a stretch. It's kind of difficult to put one and one together here. Well, psi fields that absorb material they can find. Probably, because they are polymorphs. Dude talks about, well, there's an entire thing described there by who? There was one of the scientists that you... Oh, actually no, it was Asif or Ezra? No, I think it was Ezra who describes it. Dude talks about the last time he was in Core City and ordering a cocktail from the bar. Before being awestruck by the Biocorp headquarters building, then he mentions that the three-headed monster attack and then yells at it. So he refers to the oligarchs here, probably. Dude says there is an all-seeing eye somewhere in the Underrail, left there by the ancient red psionic demons to watch what people do. This is why I don't... yeah, it refers to the Oculus. So he refers to the ancient red psionic demons. And he says red, not the blue ones. So who are the blue ones? Who are the red ones? It's not very clear. He had a memory stick with more details, but he traded it for 7 bottles of mushroom, and then he said that he needed 9 bottles. He was cheated for it. But interesting. So I don't think the red psionic demons and the blue psionic demons refer to the Leviathans and the Godman, but rather to the Godman and something else. It's quite convoluted. We don't get much information from this reference alone, but we will explore later what probably the red and blue mean. Maybe nothing at all, but whatever. Dude remembers that he had an annoying neighbor that he never got along with, and that her rambling was having a literal harmful effect on his brain, including memory loss. And that one day they discovered she was a mind devourer that got hunted in the dark cave and killed. Most likely refers to Torch. But I think he refers to... Let's see if we can find it. Where are they? Come on, show. I think he refers to Maria Hope. No, not Maria Hope. To Bianca Helsing. She was the researcher of the old Biocorp who worked at the Hollow Earth in the Deep Cavern. She was the leading scientist working with the Mushroom Forest project. And he had a crush on her, but they were always having these antagonizing discussions. And yeah, she probably got assimilated because she was working in the Deep Caverns, and most of the scientists were assimilated. We'll get to that in a moment. Into Torch, I mean. And Torch is not as simple as it might seem. So yeah, she became a mind devourer. But it's difficult to explain. Probably she also had psionic powers, who knows. Dude asks the player, we have anything related? No. Maria Biocorp mutagen tanks. Or maybe he refers to Maria Hope. I don't know. One of the two girls. Because Hope wasn't liked very much either. What else? Dude asks the player what's the best what the best bar is, before saying that it's the Hanging Rat and that it's the very remote, and his trick of getting there is drinking more mushroom brew. Yeah. And this is also possibly a reason why he knows about the Oculus, because he always goes by the Hanging Rat. And it's on the way. Dude notes that 6 is the most common number and that it's everywhere. And to beware of people with 6 fingers because they can mess you up good. He refers to 6 clearly on Ramumbra. Dude recalls he dislikes the dust getting in his nose, but mentions that the space dust is even worse. So this one is very interesting. And that it comes from when other space is disturbed with thoughts. It also radiates shadows and warns of its negative mind-altering effects. And he refers to the shadow dust. And let's check what the shadow dust... Oh, and let's read the last one. Dude claims that Psybeetle materialize out of nowhere and that they use their powers to materialize whenever they want, referring to how animals respawn, most notoriously the Psybeetles. Yes. So, shadow dust is an oddity in the Black Sea. I don't think we've collected this. Fine bleached black dust. You scoop up a handful of it and it feels completely weightless. Actually, somehow your hand feels lighter holding it. In a couple of seconds, the dust fades out of existence, only leaving behind a faint shadow of what your palm that lingers a few minutes more, and then it too is gone. So it's found in the Black Rock using Eternal Torch in Native Temple. Oh, I never used that. And the monolith in the Abyssal Station 0. Ah, interesting, interesting. Quite cool. So yeah, the torch can be used, has many functions, and can be used in various situations. So, the dude perceives the future in many ways. And as we play the game, we discover that everything he says, more or less, happens at certain intervals. And we discover that, well, possibly he has seen some of them, but not everything. He can't know everything, obviously. And I don't know. Well, this mostly relates to the past. It's nothing from the future, actually. Yeah, it's basic knowledge that you find throughout the game. But anyway, quite interesting. But now, speaking of Dyson, let's see, John Dyson, can I connect to that one? No? So John Dyson, or the dude. Oh, wait, it's connecting to this. Okay, I see. Is there a discussion? No. Sadly, no. So he was friends with, well, he was working with Wasi Abdul, but we know that Wasi Abdul lost his mind because they were working in that facility where they were putting people into the stasis pod, the cryogenic stasis pods. And we discovered that they became shadow proxies, whatever, and if somehow all of that is related to the monoliths because they were investigating the fragments of monoliths. As we saw in the deep caverns, there were 3 monoliths, only one was active, the other 2 were inactive, but mainly because they chipped them. And it's interesting how they managed to chip them because if you remember the K9 monolith that is outside the expeditions, Six is quite curious that somebody managed to chip the technology, the monolith itself, with just a basic tool, a basic sturdy tool. So, because those are meant to be indestructible, you know. But who knows? There are many little quirks to it. So the point is that they have these fragments, and I believe the fragments themselves are the reason for the longevity of the people who survive from the old Biocorp. And possibly Wyatt Pier, possibly, but again, could be just the mutagen that they have performed, because we have the cryogenic sleeping pods where they keep people frozen. There is another type of pod that we will get into later. Then we have the mutagen that also plays a role, so people use that. Then we have possibly bionic extension of life, and then we have normal stasis pods that we will also get into. So Wasi lost his mind, so I believe Dyson, who also was known as the Dude, didn't want to become like Wasi. He saw the horrible things that happened to him and to his mutilated mind, so I believe he started drinking really heavily. Well, also possibly because of his trauma, but to all of his friends that he lost. Especially since his best friend was Vasilika, and we found Vasilika in a very bad state. He's the only mutant down there. There are no other mutants. It is interesting. Manu was a pivotal character as well, but we don't know exactly what his fate was. Let's see, does it say anything? He was friends with Dyson and Abdul, but nothing more. He was a geologist. Austin is a pivotal character, and because of him, we will discover that the Hollow Earth incident happened. But we will get to that in just a moment. I still want to go through these ones. Now, these guys, well, this one is out of the picture. We have no idea who he is, where he is. I mean, we know who he is, but we don't know when he was alive. But being the first architect of the first mutagen, possibly he is older from the pre-descent era, possibly. Because it's old Biocorp personnel, but the Biocorp existed before it descended, so he could have died on the surface. We have no idea, but these three we know. So Slavkovic and Kirill Gavrilyuk, are two of the people who you will meet as a mutant. And I will get into the mutant ending in a moment. But Anton Matev is actually Ezra. So let's go read a little bit about Ezra. Actually, Steve Parkinson and this guy, do we have any other information about him? No. Oh, he was the creator of Cymorphs. Interesting. They are similar to borers, cousins. They are non-aggressive unless provoked. And those are usually in the mushroom forest. Also, possibly this is how Ezra knows about this, because from the deep caverns, these lechers have evolved into the borers, which have surfaced. Interesting. So leches are a small passive worm-like creature found only in the mushroom forest, similar in many ways to the borers. Yeah, I did think they were looking a little bit similar. It is implied that they are cymorphs that, also not polymorphs, cymorphs, that had adapted to the mutated experimental fungi that were being grown by Biocorp research before the Hollow Earth incident. Fighting tactics, the danger posed by lechers is virtually non-existent. They have no low health, and their own one attack is fairly weak bite. If any become hostile for any reason, they can be easily dispatched with any weapon on hand. So interesting, we also connected. I never had this information at hand before. So it seems that the mushroom forest was already expanding, and there were some discussions on how to expand it and how to adapt various creatures to the forest itself to better improve it and test some things. So interesting. Steve Parkinson, and he worked with Bianca Helsing in the mushroom forest. Good. And we're gonna get to him in a moment. I wanna just check Maria Hope. She was also conducting mutagen experiments on human subjects together with Frederick. They were working in the mutagen tanks. Then probably it is Bianca that the dude was referring. And Gunter Vasilika, we see here that he was a scientist who is still alive as a mutie and is hostile. Unique for a mutie, he is psionic. Oh, I suppose there aren't other psionic mutants. Can be found in a cave after entering the residential block building and passing a perception check while wandering through the blah 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 floor venting ducts, discovering hidden passage. So it's quite difficult to find him. The footlocker near him contains these things and several. Okay, is a boss character. Oh, interesting. Well, we took him quite easily, but we are not playing on dominating, of course. And he was the friend of Dyson. Actually, interesting. Dyson, it's an interesting name because it can refer to a Dyson sphere. And Dyson spheres are very powerful machines. But then maybe it's just a coincidence. Then Frederick Austin was a researcher of the old Biocorp who worked in the mutagen tanks together with Maria Hope. He was working on projects of human research. At some point, he made one of his subjects, a mutant called Otis, into a personal assistant, which led later to his conflict with Dr. Hope. So they didn't see eye to eye because of this. But I will show you something. His assistant Otis later led successful rebellion of test subjects against the Biocorp research. In this aftermath, Austin was implied to have been thrown into the mutagen tanks together with the other Biocorp scientists that didn't survive. So I think Otis was the most intelligent mutant. Well, maybe not mutant as the mutant we see on top, but again, quite interesting. So the Faceless, because he is the one that leads the Faceless currently, so that means he also survived. Let's see if we can get more information on this. He was a test subject of this, a research of all Biocorp. Dr. Otto made him a personal assistant, and against the warnings of Maria Hope. It is implied that in the conversation with the Faceless commander that Otis was the one who led the successful uprising of the test subjects against the Biocorp researchers. They later become today's Faceless, and Otis is still leads them to this day. How he is still alive is unknown. And also, because the commander wasn't around back then, it also means that they are reproducing and growing in number, which is also a factor that the Torchists imply. So, I believe Otis was very intelligent for a mutant, or for what he was becoming as a Faceless. So Faceless weren't only half human, half Godman, and half rock, but also half mutant. And because they were tested through the what's it called? In the mutagen tanks. So they do tell that he was the most intelligent one, and that's why he made it his assistant. But I think he was manipulating Austin and buying his time so he could make the rebellion when the time was right. And when the rebellions and the famine and whatever happened upstairs, and the Hollow Earth incident began, he took that opportunity, you know. Anyway, that's quite an interesting character who we might meet in Underrail too. Now, Ezra is the chief of South Underrail Station engineering sector and a powerful mind controller. There's a lot of powerful mind controllers in this game. And some are more powerful than others. So, you immediately notice there is something off with this man. His face is pale and hairless, he is missing one of his eyes, and instead wires protrude from his eyes socket, traveling over the side of his face and disappearing down the back of his neck. The other eye is almost colorless, with the pupil so contracted that you question whether he can see, he can even see at all. But he's a mind controller anyway. He doesn't even need to see. So what we know is that in the past he was known as Anton Matveev, an apex technocrat of the old Biocorp. He worked in many various projects, sometimes acting as an overseer, and he was among the top personnel in Hollow Earth complex. Even then, he was infamous for his hideous self-augmentation and immense psionic power, which he used during field experiments, and according to Wyatt Pierre, was responsible for the mutagen outbreak on Depot A. But when he went to Depot A, he didn't go alone, he went with Gavrilyuk, and that is later described, but the game doesn't, the wiki doesn't tell us this here. He immediately recognized a Psymorph adaptation, Borer, because he is familiar with the Mushroom Forest project. He was already at the top of the Biocorp hierarchy at the time of the Hollow Earth incident, which puts his estimated age well over 200 years old. Like John Dyson, another survivor scientist that was subordinate to Matev, he has not aged at all and is Mutagen's subject white peer. Exactly. And he's also powerful enough to have taken a few glimpses into a Godman's mind, which is Tanner. So he can teach us thought control, obviously. If you ask him if he's a mind controller, he performs a nifty mind control trick, which can be resisted with 8 will on you while so teaching neural overload. Interesting. If the player lacks the required will, they will be transported to a secluded island with young. That's so cute. Which you will need to defend to return to SGS. That's such a cute little trick. Later on, he can teach Frighten, which is a powerful spell, and Mental Breakdown, again a powerful spell. You have to recoil through thought control skill level. Study rock creature, and he knows where what the acorn is and will accept it if you give it to him if Tanner is no longer in the base. Otherwise, Tanner will take it, which is not a good sign. Ezra carries whatever, which can be pickpocketed from him. Trader inventory, he trades various electronic blah blah blah. He will start selling shield emitters, blueprints after finishing the quest, drill parts. Later the game, he also sells psionic, mentor, neurovisual disruption. Interesting. So, this crazy acorn. So ACONR is written on its top face just below a white symbol, most resembling a diagonally placed egg, whose upper half is enclosed by a symmetrical semicircle with a bent stalk at the very top. It appears to be a container of some kind, one that seems to open horizontally in the middle. You are, however, unable to find the means by which to do so. There are no handles, no locks, no buttons, touchscreens, or visible sensors. Additionally, the robust casing easily discourages brute force, at least by more conventional means. Whatever is inside is likely invaluable. So this one is known as the Acorn, a plot item in the Underrail expedition. It is located in the research and development of the Abyssal Station 0. Purpose: it is a spherical supercomputer, a living AI controlling billions of nanobots created before the descent to fulfill a grand design predetermined in the original blueprint of each acorn, of which there are several in existence across the world. It is a highly adaptive program that is capable of achieving the design almost independently of conditions it finds itself in. Ezra states that though the NFT manufactured the device for themselves and other major supercorporations and of the old world, the technology itself was so advanced that even the moment of discussion, the device seems to have come from future far and distant. So it's possible they didn't create the device, the artificial intelligence itself, but they have created the casing for it. The acorn is protected by quantum near field locks and is impossible to brute force open, as the device geared for self-destruction in such an event. And we can give it to various people and inquire various people about it, including the dude. And you can even go to the oligarchs and so on, and they will take it. And Professor Oldfield, if the player chooses head the acorn to Professor Oldfield after reporting their findings, he will be delighted instead of devastated that all the efforts was not for nothing. He states that the acorn will be brought to the University of this for study. If the player insists for a reward, he will get 2,000 kerans or 6,000 with mercantile. But he does not explain what it is. Captain Grimm takes it because he doesn't really understand what it is, but he pays us. Aaron, if the player decides to leave the Black Sea, we will meet that they will receive a message from John the Beautiful. It's the ninja guy, it's the red dragon. We can give it for free or we can get paid quite a lot of money. 20,000, that's a lot. Else we have to fight him. As if we go to the Oculites, we can give it to him. We don't get a lot of cash, but enough, you know, and he can illuminate the player what the device's purpose is, and the contents and origin. Although he doesn't actually say that it was invented, he does state that it wasn't invented by NFT, but they developed the casing, but the device itself might come from somewhere else, or somebody else invented it. Now, that's left for open interpretation. I believe the technology was given though, and we'll get into that a bit later. And I also believe that the Faceless also have acorns, because it is said that they have some of the most advanced technology, and their city couldn't have spawned over nowhere. What the hell is their city in the first place in the deep caverns, you know? So it's possible that the acorn built it for them. Aiden, though he hasn't heard of it before, will take it as well, and he will pay us. Tanner, if the player brings the acorn to Tanner, who happens to be knowledgeable about the device, he will accept it for the good of Southgate Station. He may also inform you about the device if asked. If the player requires payment, Tanner will always pay him 6,000. Well, he doesn't give too much information, but Ezra gives a little bit more. If Tanner departed, you can take it to Ezra, and he thoroughly explains its purpose. But basically what Azif says, just in different phrases and a little bit of a different history. Nothing too crazy. These guys are non-important because... well, you can take it to Bernard if you wish, and you can destroy it. But I think it's a bad idea because acorns are very rare, and in the hands of Azif, they should be safe. And you can take it to Gunnar, Archibald, to Dude, as I said, but he will not like it. And if you put it in his base, he will put it in the trash can outside his base. I mean, his home, sorry. You can show it to the Faceless Centaur, leading the Faceless Licorn near the Foundry. However, he is not interested in them. Interesting. Then maybe it's not an acorn they have. So quite curious. Faceless Commander provides no additional information, but questions the validity of the player's statement about the device. He will refuse to take it, considering it is a distraction from their goals. So, okay, red herrings. So the Faceless are not interested in the acorn. Or maybe only Otis knows the purpose of the acorn, because again, I feel like this technology is quite secretive in a way. He can attempt to take it to the ferryman, however, he does not want it, you know. since Otis is the most intelligent one, and the Faceless say that the Six, or Ramumbra, is their ally, that means they have interacted with him quite a lot. And it is strange. Possibly the technology itself, the acorn, was delivered by the Godman in exchange to the great corporations to work with them. That's my understanding so far of the door, but we will get more into the reasoning why that might be. Whew, quite a lot to go through. We still have a few more. So we have done this, we have done this. The bunker, let's take a look. I don't think it's that bunker. There was a vault dweller or something like that. Let's see, is it? Vault. Lost Vault. Vault Odys, also known as Lost Vault, is a location cavern beneath lower Underrail. To find it, we have to use the TNG charge, and we'll find Milton Camp and many underground rivers. North Lurker Smuggler using the same river. Alternatively, player can enter the cave, the Hecate Research Outpost, then to the south, whatever. Outside the vault, we will meet or likely bump into the Lost Vault bodyguard, telling him you're here for business, you can do some Lost Vault trader. Yeah, we get trading things. We can hack inside of it. So yeah, I think this one, I don't think they say anything about it, but I think this is like an Easter egg for Fallout 1 and 2, the Lost Vault. Anyway, at least that's the vibe I got from it. Anyway, Acorn. We've gone through the acorns. We've gone through Ezra. Now let's talk about Slavkovic and Kirill Gavrilyuk. Now, in order to understand this, let's see. Where are they? The Faceless, Adrian. Okay, there we go. Gavrilyuk, Mutant Questline, and we'll see the other one. So, if you so choose to become a mutant using the mutagen D5, which is a special mutagen, there are a few places where you can find it, and they are described through the walkthrough over here. You can find it before you even reach the, in the newest updates, before you even reach the, what's it called? The junkyard, because there is a facility. Or maybe after the junkyard, because you have to make yours, after the junkyard actually, sorry, and you have to do like the walkthrough, make your way to core city sewers, because everyone in the core city is hostile. The path of least resistance seems to be through the entrance. Run past the Petronian Enforcer on the platform behind the train, and there you will get into the drop zone. After that, they will have some silly zoners to get through. You go north, and we go to the research facility, which will lead to the sewers. Otherwise, we have to find some other means through the docks, which is far more difficult. The northeast entrance there is a pile of trash. Destroy it. You can only destroy it as a mutant. Making your way to the deeper sewer also grants you monstrous yell feet. That's nice. The deeper sewer are full of creatures. You can optionally gain a trio of mutated dog allies by interacting with the big one and feeding it. Cavern Hop. Oh, that's so cute. Which acquires freeing and killing the tiny cave hoppers. Oh. There will be a maze of barrels and crawlers and whatnot. And the next room contains muties, including peculiar robed man named Kara. And if you talk, this is a special part of the sewers that you can only access via the mutant. So if you speak with Karen in order to proceed to the next part of the quest, once you are at his home, which is a very interesting home, you will be required to pass through the river of the acid sludge, that you can only do as a mutant, of course, which will destroy everything in your inventory. You won't need any of it, and there's no way to go back where you were. Sneak or fight past the subject mutants. They will only become aggressive if you end up too close to them. Go through the northern door, and there is a hidden passage which will lead to a room containing a cryo chamber. And this is where you meet Vitek, who will instruct you to turn on the generators below. Make your way through the facility, blah blah blah. Optionally, you can interact with another cut snails in the tunnel below facility, which will give you corrosive mutant glands feed. Oh, once you smash several walls, you can talk to Juraj, who have several options. So you have three options, three endings actually. Once you side with Juraj, once you side with Karen, and the other if you do with Vitek. So Karen is Gavrilyuk, and Vitek is the other one. Slavkovic. They're quite interesting. So the Juraj agreed to side with him, and then proceed to the trapdoors outside, which is guarded by plasma industry bots, blah blah blah. You will have to interact with four blue consoles scattered through the room. Interact with the main console, exit the room and talk to Juraj. You will lead to the same generator room, and then you have to track Charon's movements through the surveillance monitors and interact with the red valves that correspond to the pipe above Charon's head, bursting them and dealing damage. After that, Charon will arrive bearing incredibly powerful hit-based metathermic abilities, killing everyone it encounters. It takes 3 acid splashes to kill him. A mutie called Senna will most likely be the sole survivor beside you. Make sure you to surface and depart for the mutie refuge in the expeditions, and the game will end. So that's one ending. If you side with Karen, do not kill Juraj. Instead, make your way to the generator room directly. Repeat the same sequence with the generator room. Once you go back to the surface, Karen has already killed every living mutie. Wait in the kitchen and then talk to him, after which he will lead you to the mutie refuge. Actually, I'm kind of thinking about it. We have some canisters of D5. Maybe it is possible to do that. Well, the point is that if we do this, he will Charon will, if we keep Charon alive, he will kind of use us and treat us bad in a way, but he will make some interesting references and can give us some interesting lore description about various things and various things he knows. And then, in case you killed Charon, the only one you can listen to is Vitek, which is the other guy. and he will order you to grab a gray and purple suit for now open storage room in Jura's room. And there are some very powerful, what are they called? Armors. And we see it's the steel dragon from the container and the chief chemistry uniform, which are very interesting. They have some interesting stats, but you cannot wear them because you're a mutant, obviously. And he will order you to give him an object from one of the suit pocket, and no matter what you do, the equipment in the room will shut down and the game will end with no ending slide, which means you will instantly die. It's the most unique ending, I would say. So I suppose you leave him out. So he has prolonged his life through that equipment that was in the room. So let's look a little bit at Karen after we understood how the mutant ending worked. I will try to make a separate playthrough for that, but I'm not entirely sure it will work. But we shall see, because if we can go into the sewers and transform it to a mutant, wham bam, it will work perfectly. So Karen is a roped old man leading the muties from across the Underrail to the mutie refugee. He is extremely powerful hit-based metathermic user and possesses certain skill in thought control as well. So we can interact by reaching him by being a mutant, and we cannot be encountered by other normal playthroughs. He will still task the player to kill all the muties inside the laboratory once on the way there, the player will run into an acid river and we will lose the possession. So if we side with him and the muties are dead, Karen will end up inspecting the player's plot items with unique interactions for the mysterious disc, which I did tell you guys that it is possibly the disc, which is the wiki says it is a Xeno artifact of unknown origin and purpose. Its surface material resembles the outer wall of a secret structure the player may discover later in the Oculus. I never took the disc to the Oculus. So, or maybe, who knows? Anyway, so Karen does take this into account. This is why I believe that Biocorp had an interaction with NFT, because they already knew about the disc and the Xeno artifact itself, and they gave it to the Lemurians to cut that part. So the residents of the junkyard do not appear to know the disc's true nature. How it ended up there, or what the motives they have for valuing it for so much, remains unknown. The disc mysteries remain unsolved as a version. Yeah, we discovered. Location in junkyard, hidden behind some traps in a sentry boat in Elwood's house, and Eddie wants it, but since he is from the scrappers, we eliminated him. Gang Shadow. If the disc is given to Eddie, betraying the scrappers and finding them alongside Black Eels provides an opportunity to get it back from Eddie's corpse. Okay. That's nice. So, quite cool. Then he talks about the shard or the eternal torch, depending on what you have managed to do with the shard. So again, the shard is a plot item in Underrail Expedition. Location: the shard can be found in Stormy Baron Graveyard, past the Boneyard, in a randomized body part in a random corpse. In order to properly find it, the player must know both the rune and whatever. We found it. There are several ways to learn about this location: by the ferryman, Ingvar, and inspecting the rune near the statue. Whatever. So the shard is about 7 centimeters long and looks more like two different items being held together by some unnatural force. One item being made from some strange rock, while the other being some manner of crystal which gives out prismatic glow but is not able to illuminate any other object. The more of the one side of the shard you see, the more of the whole shard seems to assume the non-visual properties of that site, such as weight, temperature, and surface texture. So upon and we can examine the shard and get the lantern. Upon using the shard, the player can inspect either side of it or both sides at once, producing different paranormal sensations in either choice. Examining the shard under the juice influence, second side, not true side, second side, allows the retriever of the eternal torch from it, and alternatively, a thief may also receive the torch for the player, so in case you cannot receive it yourself, which is a really nice touch. Then the eternal torch. The torch is composed of 7 glass-like tubes of bluish hue that originates at the top of the shaft and coverage at the top of the torch. Converge, sorry. Inside the torch, between those tubes, rests bright glass so indescribably delicate and eternal that you are not certain if it has any material properties at all, or if it's true pure light. The torch is almost weightless. So we can launch a ball of light, designated area, everything caught will be between 40 and 80 energy, which is nothing when you're a psionic. But it can bypass 50% of the target damage, resistance, and threshold. Precision is dependent on the invoker's will and level, but if we use it the following way. So the eternal torch is retrieved from the shard. One can do so by drinking the juice and inspecting the shard, or taking it to Azif, or when you use it, while the power of the item may pale in comparison to other psi abilities in combat utilities, the 50% resistance threshold bypassed and energy damage make it useful against armored targets, while the second side affects it effect is active, the torch damage output is increased by another 50% to 60 to 120 damage. Eternal Torch also ignores 100% resistant threshold of void creatures as well as their crit immunity. And if the player asks Six about the torch, he informs of its purpose as well as some of its background. So if we look here, he says, "My kin and I are not of this world of yours, and sometimes we have to go beyond its limitations. This occasionally results in things from outer expanses seeping into places where they should not be. When that happens, we use devices such as this to remove them." Interesting. So as I said, he's not from this reality. But there is more to this that we can discover. So Karen cares about the disc, the shard, the eternal, and the acorn, which he will just understand that it's a very powerful thing. And if the player sides against him, he will come to his laboratory and start attacking all the muties, which, due to his extreme as well as pyromaniac, is enough to kill everyone in one turn. Oh! So, long time ago, he was known as Kirill Vovin Gavrilyuk, an apex technocrat of old Biocorp. According to some records of all apex technocrats, Kirill held the most power, and many more projects that took place in the year leading to the Biocorp fallout were undertaken on his command. In the aftermath of the Hollow Earth incident, he was removed from power but managed to escape and was never apprehended. Over 100 years ago, he accompanied, again, this is Ezra, Anton Mateev in releasing the mutagen in the old junkyard, also becoming exposed to it in the process. To this day, he is still experimenting on mutants for unknown reasons. So maybe he still looks for some enhancements, but he looks very crazed. Now, if we look at Vitek, Vitek is the man inside the cryogenic chamber of Kirill's laboratory. He is connected to the building's electronic network and can manipulate it to some extent. So he's not very powerful. He also was kind of against going into cryogenics, but then he discovered some other things that were related to the shards. He was as powerful as Ezra and Karen. Well, in the Biocorp, I mean, as his function. In the past, he was Dr. Slavkovic, an apex technocrat of the old Biocorp. He held a very high position in the super corporation, and his achievements in general engineering were said to be mounted with only a few people in history of Biocorp comparable to him. So he was a very powerful individual. By the time Hollow Earth incident, however, he was close to death and suffered from an unknown illness, which led him to become bitter and disillusional with the future of Biocorp. Probably something related to his brain, who knows. But he was definitely dying, so he couldn't have used the same technique Gavriluk and Ezra took, because as we have seen with Nosek, he would have probably died at one point or lost his mind, possibly due to his age as well. As we've seen, Ezra and Gavriluk didn't age. Well, he didn't age either because of the cryo chamber, but he is already very old. Encouraged by other apex technocrats, Matev and Gavriluk, as well as because of his own fear of death, he proceeded to explore different methods of extending lifespan, in the end turning to cryogenics. It is very likely that the mutagen incident in Depot A, as well as the experiments conducted in Pansea Lab and by witness Nosek, were carried out in order to find the cure for Slavkovic. So he was quite a complicated character, but we don't have any information about him, and he's the only character that can kill the player if we do things the way he asks. And we never get to fight him, but he's sneaky. Oh, and he has different faces, it seems. Oh, Karen also has an unmasked. Oh, very sexy. What can I say? Becoming a mummy. Okay, so we have covered this. We have discovered the mutant. Okay, so now all we have to do... It didn't take 3 hours up until this point, did it? Is explore something in the game that we couldn't because we weren't psionic. And for that to happen, we have to go... Well, before that, let's discuss a little bit about Torch. So, we've discovered that Torch... Actually, I have Torch over here. So, Torch is a mysterious creature worshipped by the Torches. It's located somewhere in the deep cavern. Torch has been described as a giant formless creature, which is not true because he has a form, resembling a mass of flesh with tentacles. It possesses grand telepathic powers. Just a second. Keep this in view. Telepathic powers, being able to communicate with other beings and exert its mental influences on others. However, the only human who is allowed to come close to it and speak with Torch is Aiden, the person who have discovered it. Torch can be defined as a large multicellular organism of unknown age. And this is important. Why don't we know the age? Because we know when the the Hollow Earth incident happened. It was around 100 how many years? I have a little Biocorp security. Almost 200 years ago it happened. So why is it unknown? That's curious. Sharing similarities in its genetic makeup with all living organisms, but at the same time not being directly related to humans, which is another piece of information that's very important. The creature can enter a state of unique type of regeneration. Okay. Cycle. So, regeneration cycle in which it loses any recognizable form and undergoes genetic self-repair. It does so in order to adapt to drastic changes in its surrounding environment and to obtain new traits necessary for survival. It has been found out that the non-coding genomes of Torch actually serves as a genetic makeup and allows it to create and rebuild completely new genetic sequences. So this is a very important piece of information. This junk non-coding DNA has been promptly called Torch genes and have been discovered in certain amount in all beings, being responsible for evolution. Using the data obtained from the studying Torch body, Aidan was able to apply the research to his own genome, prolonging his own lifespan. This is important. Torchists hope that one day, through study of Torch, humans will be able to evolve and walk to the surface again. Torch is currently in the regeneration process, and as a result, it is very vulnerable and incapable of moving. Because of it, Torchists have created an outpost in the deep caverns, serving it as a line of defense against anyone who would wish to harm Torch. So, in reality, Torch is not a primordial formless creature because he has a mass, but massively mutated organism created as a result of merging several Biocorp scientists who have been thrown into the mutagen tanks by their own test subjects who rebelled against them, the Faceless. Powerful mutagens inside of the tank cause drastic changes to the bodies, causing them to merge and create a single powerful being capable of absorbing other beings and possessing great mental powers. Though throughout the last century, Aidan was feeding the Torch with various people and creatures with genetic material which it absorbed, obtaining various new abilities. In a dialogue interaction with old Jonas, it is revealed that in his trip to the deep caverns, he encountered an unspeakable monster within the mutagen tanks. That makes him one of the few people besides Aidan who have actually saw Torch in his real form. Real form. The mental trauma caused by this event caused him to forget what he saw down there. Another character, Leo, also possibly saw Torch, as he spoke about something horrifying deep inside the nucleus. The evil pressure on his mind caused Leo to forget his past and became insane. With the progress in the game, player will be forced to confront Torch and destroy it in order to escape the deep cavern. So there is no way around it. Initially I thought you could talk to him, but you can't. So, I don't fully agree that Torch was created simply by the merging of the Biocorp scientists. He was, because, as I said, let's analyze the visuals aside just from the writings. And I don't know if we have, let's see, the deep caverns. And let's look at flora, fauna, mutagen puzzle, areas. let's look at the... Where is it? Where are the tanks? Mushroom forest? Elevators? Institutes? Archi Power Station? Talos? Talos? No. Warehouse? Kaerus? Hollow? Maybe in Hollow Earth? Where is it? Hollow Earth Labs? Vehicle, shelter. No, I'm looking for toxic gas. Mutagen tanks. And here is something very, very interesting about these mutagen tanks. First of all, if we look at the mutagen tanks, we see that they have these pipes in between. This is in the underground. So that is the first visual cue that caught my eye. This means that the gas from these tanks is being transferred from various places. And they can be individually or all at once. Well, no, actually, they all go through various common pipes, it seems. But the point is that the gas is transferred around. So that means that these tanks take the gas somewhere. And if we look over here, we have the gate, which we have to travel through this passage or... Oh, it's not this gate, sorry. Sorry. It's... I looked at the wrong one. Mutagen tanks A... Which one is it? So this is underground, where we have to repair it. Mutagen tanks B. Yeah, there we go. So this is... no, this is the door that we have to... This is the door that we have to repair, actually. So we see that the door underneath has a very complex mechanism as another door somewhere else, which we do not have access to, probably in the area that was caved in. But we can take parts from there and bring them here, put them, and activate this bot to repair the door. The door can be opened by Torch himself if he wants. He has that power, because he has access to some console and whatnot, from what we see. And he can control other things within the complex. But from the way it looks, I don't think the Torches had the ability to build gates. And the gate is pretty old. And if they would have built it, they would have maintained it. This one doesn't look in great shape. And Torch manipulates it himself. So that is the first clue, the first visual clue. And of course you also have this bot that you have to activate and repair the stuff and so on, so you can control it. And then, if we go over here, we see that this gate... Well, first of all, we notice the tanks that get to the surface, and we still see the pipes. So that is an interesting thing, because why would you need to move the gas around? Then we see the gate, and the gate is quite massive, and clearly this has been built when the complex was built. So why would you need to separate this area from this area with such a massive gate, which was also pretty covered? So I don't think the Torches had any interaction with this gate in the sense of building it or manipulating it. Only Torch manipulated it from the inside. You could open it from the outside because you repaired it. And it was in a state of kind of disrepair. So, putting these two together, we can now have a little look inside the complex. Let's see, do we get the interior? Yeah, there we go. So when we look at this, we realize that his mass clearly has grown way out of proportion. And he has his paw over here over this console that he can control. This is after he's dead, obviously. But we see that the mutagen can be transferred here into these huge canisters or whatever, tanks, whatever they are. And it's clear that some of them are leaking and so on, so they serve a very important purpose. And then we see that these are actually connected through these huge pipes that lead to him. He is imbued with them. So to me, personally, this looks like a prison. And if we look here, we clearly see that this is a command center where you administer various things for the mutagen. And there is another clue. We are presented with Exitus 1 and Exitus 2. Exitus 2 is not in the game, but when we read about them, they say that both of them are very lethal in combination. But since we only have access to Exitus 1 and we cannot directly implement it through this console, and we have to do the mutagen puzzle in order to recreate it through other regions, atomic regions, we realize that what we are applying is only half of the lethal dose, thus only incapacitating his tentacles up to a certain point, which to me means that if we would have Exitus 1 and an Exitus 2 and place them in the puzzle box, I mean into the console and whatever, we would have been able to kill Torch using that method. But since Exitus 2 is not in the game at all, that leaves me to the conclusion that this place was meant for Torch to never be able to exit. Also, how would he have exited? The only entrance is through this tiny door. We don't see any, tiny staircase. We don't see any other way inside. Maybe there is. Actually there is. But we cannot reach it there. Yeah, so there is this exit tunnel, which I clearly saw right now. But I think this in itself is a prison because of how things were arranged. And in my opinion, Torch, or what was before the scientists were thrown into those mutagen tanks, was a different being here. And he was contained into this prison and analyzed, because we saw that there was a big gap between when the monolith was the shadowlith was discovered and when the Hollow Earth incident has happened. So, and even after the Hollow Earth, it took quite a while. So I think he was entrapped into a capsule here with all of these tubes. And when the capsule broke out, because he grew in mass exponentially and he was fed with so many scientists and so on, he became much more intelligent and much more powerful in his psionic energy. So he was one of the Leviathans, in my opinion, or a baby Leviathan, or whatever. And there is another piece of information that we will dig into immediately, but this is my true belief, that they initially have the Leviathan here kept into this well, it actually looks kind of like an enclosement, you see, but it was broken due to the fact that he became something else. And there is also another interesting thing. It is said here he is in a regenerative cycle. Which, why would you regenerate if you weren't something before? So basically, he needed to regenerate his form because he was being fed all of this new genetic material into him, and he would need to adapt. Therefore, his form has changed drastically, and he lost the recognition of his losing any recognizable form and undergoing genetic self-repair. He is self-repairing to some extent, but he's also evolving in the same context. So it does not. It does so in order to adapt to drastic changes in its surrounding environment. So when you throw, well, technically, the mutagen was supposed to kill him, but two specific type of mutagens, Exitus 1 and Exitus 2, were supposed to be used. But as we see in the canisters there is kind of like normal mutagen, not the D5, the other, or maybe it was D5 actually, yeah. So maybe the D5 actually helped him incorporate the new DNA, because it was described that some of his DNA can be found containing human, but not only human. So it has been found that the non-coding genome of Torch actually serves as a genetic backup to allow it to create and rebuild completely new genetic sequences, because he needed to adapt. This junk non-coding DNA has been promptly called Torch genomes, because they didn't understand why they were there. Well, I mean, Aiden didn't know, because he came way, way too late. He didn't understand he was a Leviathan. And maybe he still doesn't know he's a Leviathan, and he was just manipulated to believe that it was only the scientists that have been thrown inside, which is very, very clever, manipulative in many ways, and have discovered in certain amounts in all beings being responsible of evolution. So his it seems that part of his genes have been used to test with other creatures, possibly with the borrowers and so on and so forth, you know. So I believe he was being studied there and genetically used to either discover new ways to enhance and evolve the human race, or various things. But again, lots of details that point that he existed as something else, and as Azif said, it could be a Leviathan based on what he would see through his visions and so on. And also we have Six, who also doesn't like Leviathan. If he is a Godman, which I think he is, he also fears the Leviathan for very good reasons. And he cannot go attack the Leviathan because the Leviathan has much more power over higher intelligent neural beings, such as Six, and he would easily incorporate him and defeat him based on that thing alone. Torch is quite complex, and again, even Six is kind of afraid of him in a way, and tells the player that the only way to get out of here is to destroy Torch. He really wants Torch dead, because initially he knew about Torch, but when he got to the deep caverns, he truly understood his nature, that he was a Leviathan before he was this amalgamation of scientists that was incorporated later on. So that is very, very, very interesting. Whew. Okay, we've covered quite a lot of information here. Now, let's get into the more... Well, this is part where the speculations will go wild from my side. We will have to grab onto many things. So I will try to kind of assemble a way to go through this. We can also look at the faceless for a bit, because it's probable, but now I'm not entirely sure, but it's possible that a part of the Leviathan has been used into them as well, genetically speaking, because even Nosek says it's in the streams, and possibly he's talking about the torch strains, and it's possible that a little bit of the Leviathan is combined with a little bit of the Godman DNA and so on and so forth. But that's just speculation again. So, description. They are nomadic people of the deeps. People around these parts call them the tunnelers because they are known to dig wide, sprawling tunnels throughout the underground, connecting remote places of the Underrail. Some say they have a huge city in the middle of the deep caverns, and that is very crazy. Why do they have a huge city, and how did they make it? That you can reach if you follow the longest of their tunnels. Some also call them the faceless because they are believed that under their huge mask they have no face, but I think they hide it because of the shame. Or maybe it's an apparatus that helps them breathe and so on. Old Jonas also claims that he has personally met some, and they are very dangerous. They aren't always hostile. They reside in the deep caverns far below lower Underrail, but they are occasionally seen in lower Underrail. They usually keep to themselves, but they recently attacked Core City of unknown reason. We know the reason. Since single tunneler groups of the Faceless can be encountered at rail crossing, the Foundry searching for something from their local merchants. The Core City invasion is related to the same mysterious item, which was the possession of Cornell and his gang, the Acid Hunters, at the time the Core City attacks occurred. Origin. The Faceless are the continuation of escaped test subjects from the Hollow Earth incident, which led to the abandonment of the Hollow Earth facility in the deep caverns. This uprising is implied to have been led by Dr. Austin's assistant Otis, a former test subject. This incident led to the eventual creation of Torch at Biocorp scientists who were thrown into the mutagen tanks during the uprising merged into a single entity that would become Torch. The Faceless commander at Talos Outpost claims to have not existed at the point, implying that they possess some method of replenishing their ranks. The Faceless doctor monitoring Laura Baker strongly rejects the idea they augment regular humans into Faceless by force. The Faceless commander mentions that their neutral activity makes them more susceptible neural activity to the influence of Torch, which again that's why they cannot go into directly to Torch and attack him. And 6 is also much more akin to the Faceless, so this implies that that Torch has a very powerful influence over everyone with extreme neural activity. I mean, bigger brains and smarter and powerful. So we have the tunnelers, the whatever. They're quite interesting. I don't believe they're evil by any means, but they are very conservative and cautious around human beings for good reason. Now, the part with the Leviathan mix in their DNA is possible, and I'm only presenting this because of what we're going to go into next. We're gonna leave 6 and Tenor for last, because they are the last pieces of the puzzle that kind of complete the entire lore. So let's see, we have mysterious. This is a uniform. Okay, so let's get rid of this. This relates to wheel. So when you read about the wheel checks, you get these mysterious pillars. Basically, if you're into warp psi crystals. Nah, no information is given. Unfortunately, we have no way. Category nav box. I don't know. We have no way to understand where they came from, but we can kind of understand their purpose. So they are set up in no particular order. And again, this list is incomplete, but they contain most of the information we need to learn about. And I put them in a particular order because they offer us visions when we have the psionic abilities available to us. And as we can see, they require quite some combinations regarding to our skill sets and whatever we need to be able to unlock their powers and to get the visions, of course. So this is this is the old model, of course, back in the day when the beautiful Underrail was much more simpler. But this is interesting. 3 strange pillars rise from the pool. They are decorated with glowing symbols that you are unfamiliar, and they seem to hum through, though you are unsure whether they are actually produced sound or if they're just all in your head. So why do we start with the core city sewer one, which is not directly available from the beginning? Because of the visions. So unit wheel 8, and the vision will be like this. The corpses of Leviathans rot from within as their orbits collapse into the star. Machines gnaw and tear at the rubble of the universe, weaving fine threads on top of a ziggurat far above the tallest of plant crowns. The reign of Godman is proclaimed. The space weave ripples. So this one is very difficult to interpret. But the way I see it is that the Godman defeated the Leviathans in a certain war. Now, it's not very clear what the ziggurat is, what the plant crowns are, and what the weaving thread is. Also, the machines are quite weird. What do they represent? We don't get much context. So, but we see that their orbits collapse into the star. So there has been a space battle. Perhaps the Leviathans aren't just these creatures, these tiny creatures that we have encountered, but much bigger. And perhaps they can manifest themselves into our own reality. Possibly. Where partially the Godmen also partially exist. Or maybe somewhere else entirely. It's very difficult to pinpoint anything, but we know there is technology involved, we know there is space battle involved, we know that the Leviathans have been disposed of. Well, these Leviathans, not all of them. It's not implied that it's all of them. And then there is implied that there is something that these machines are doing with the rubble of the universe, weaving the fine thread. On top of the ziggurat, far above the tallest of the plant crowns, which offers us no context, the reign of the Godman is proclaimed, meaning the Godman have won. The space weave ripples. Now, this can be interpreted in so many freaking ways. It can be related to how it interacts with the void, or maybe this power interacts with the rifts, or maybe with the portals. It's so openly interpreted. But if we go to the next monolith, which is the monolith of Jaws, the huge double pyramid is struck between the cliff face and the ruined archway. Piercing them like a bolt head, it's covered with strange symbols, many of which are not apparent immediately. As you inspect each part of this peculiar monolith close, you keep discovering more and more of them. In most of these symbols, there's some type of cross taking the center position, with other symbols being placed around them, such as filled and empty circles, brackets, and something that resembles the letter M, or maybe W, or sigma. It is emitting a noise in a strange way, as if, or maybe it's a trident, who knows. Maybe if the sound is played on a completely different channel and not on all affected by the acoustic of the cavern, or interface from the sound of waves lapping against the rock. Its blue, green, and purple gleam, depending on the angle and distance from which you view it, which combines with minute details of the symbols, makes the monolith always leave a slightly different impression whether you glance at it. So this is the part where it was chipped and the shard was taken, and then we get the lamp. And the purpose. We see here that through conversation with Ingvar and Six, it is heavily implied that the monolith was designed by the Godman to prevent anyone or anything to occupy the shadow leaf, or anything corrupted by the shadow leaf from leaving the Black Sea. Can I get some information on the Godman? Well, we'll put this for later on. I'll put it here on the right, next to Hadrian. So, initially we talked about this ziggurat, which is probably their ship or whatever it is. But then we go and see. I haven't seen anything about the Leviathan. Interesting. With wheel 12, which is the highest one you need, on top of the ziggurat, a king stands with his kin around him, all of them mighty lords. So I believe this happens after they defeated the Leviathans, because the Godman is proclaimed, yeah? They wait as a guest ascends the structure by means of a narrow, gradual staircase. They all stand, including the king, because this is no ordinary travel. He comes by biding, and with word of him, with big H, who looks upon the face of one. So we hear about the high ones. So he comes by biding and with word of him who looks upon the face of one, which is very difficult to understand what it means. Wrapped in cloth, he carries two weapons, which he holds out to them with a warning, which neither you nor they understand. When he uncovers the weapons, there is a moment of great fear and confusion, and all the lords fall on their face. Only the king remains standing. you look at the king's eyes, and in them, reflected, you see two shafts of pure light. He reaches out and picks one up. Against your better judgment, you turn your mind's eye towards the light, but it burns you up, and within, and writhing and screaming, you fall out of the trance and into the darkness. So, after they defeated the Leviathans, there comes this stranger, which is maybe a representative of somebody else, a big him, okay? And he looks upon the face of one. Now, one can be interpreted in so many ways, but maybe it is the high ones, which are the Godman, which Azif described. And this stranger presents two weapons, and everybody bows, either in fear or in recognition of what they mean. But the stranger also carries a warning which nobody seems to understand. And the king takes one of the weapons, which is a very powerful weapon, it seems, or a very powerful device. Now, I could interpret the stranger as somebody who is human. And why do I say that? It's because in the conversation with Azif, when we were talking about Six, he says something interesting. He said that maybe Azif doesn't care who I am right now in the present, but he knows something about me in the future. So perhaps we are actually meant to deliver something into the future to this species and give a warning of these weapons. Now, again, this is purely interpreted by me, but it kind of leads towards that. And we don't know how we got these devices, and why we got them, and why we delivered it to them. But maybe later on, we discover some more information. Plus, it seems that Six is very keen on keeping the cube, on giving the cube back to the Faceless. Now, it could be out of alliances purposes, but I think there is more to the Faceless than meets the eye. Again, off-screen. Everything is off-screen by this point. Okay, so the next monolith, which is quite a complex one, and this one you need to go through a lot of information, and it's interesting. So suspended in the center of the room, surrounded by cables and various electronics, is a half-shattered crystal monolith. It is dark and rough on the outside, but from within the cracks, so it is dark and rough on the outside. But from within the cracks emanates enticing blue lights. Like watching bonfire, there is something primal that draws you to stare into the depths and listening to its humming. Just a second, guys, I need to take a pill really quick. My throat was parched. So, this mysterious crystal monolith appears to be the derelict West Wing in Institute of Torch. It is the source of the internal interference Eferior Mateo's unit was searching for when they disappeared. And he goes insane and blah blah blah. But he also gains some powerful skills to control some of the creatures. But he is also adamant into protecting it because of what he has seen. And what he has seen, if we have the visions, and we'll 10, as you stare into the crystal, its light grows brighter and brighter, blinding you to everything else. No shadows, no sounds, no thoughts, just light. Now, it is the light of the clear blue skies above you, above lush, thick forests of green. You have never seen such sights. But somewhere deep in your mind, you know this place. It could refer to the Earth on the surface. A massive structure of stone and metal rises far above the treetops. It's sacred, yet obscene geometry cuts into the skies above. Its dark, cold walls have been hardened by millions of years of angry winds and tempered by many sieges. So it is an old structure, maybe a tomb or some sort of temple. Impregnable, whatever. It stands in the wildest region of this moon, the tomb of the Godhead. So it is on a moon, it's not on Earth. So it is in a different place. Interesting. So it says the tomb of a god, of the Godhead, perhaps of the king. Evil winds that now whip the temple seek to awake the dead Godhead. They bring word of his people, his children, and the sickness that has befallen them, and that has again befallen them. So, this brings word of his people, his children, and the sickness that has befallen them, that has again befallen them. So this is probably the tomb of the king, that where we delivered the powerful weapon. Now gathering the many mouths of the tomb open, bellowing deeply, the song is carried back of these evil winds to all corners of the moon. So now gratingly the many mouths of the tomb open, bellowing deeply, the song is carried back on these evil winds to all corners of the moon. So a bad omen. Slowly the voice rise from across the globe. They are irritated at first, and soon they grow angry, furious. But their fury becomes tempered with fear and then pain. So something is happening on the surface of that planet. Now the world is screaming, and you soon realize why. Deep in your guts you can feel it. A beast stirs. Fueled with all your desires and fears, like a rabid red hound, it claws with increasing fury at the inside of your skin, yelping, growling, barking. The pain becomes increasingly intense as the moments pass. Your face and your hands become numb, and inside only pain. You look up at the sky. It's nighttime. In desperation, your hand reaches for the stars. You have to escape, or you will have to cut your belly and open and let the beast out. There is no way. There is no other way. The vision ends abruptly, and you find yourself back in the real world, collapse in your knee, tears running down your face. You are screaming at the monolith. You take a deep breath and compose yourself. Maybe what you saw was only a vision, but the pain was real. So I believe that a long time has passed since the defeat of the Leviathan, and then they have built this monument for the king, this tomb, because it is a tomb, they see it. And perhaps it was also an archive or something of that sorts. But it does describe like something has returned, because it says this brings word of his people, his children, and the sickness that has befallen them. What is this sickness? Because it says that has again befallen them. So probably it's something that happens to the Godman. And it's interesting that they say that you feel like there is something living inside of you and you have to cut your belly to let it out. So maybe this could be taken as something symbolic, but if we would take this figuratively, we would think about it as in Aliens, you're infected with a parasite, so maybe the Godmen are giving birth or being infected by the Leviathans, and the Leviathan develop inside the bodies of the Godmen, because it says infected again. So this sickness has happened before. So I believe the first time here they've destroyed the sickness and destroyed all the Leviathans. And it says the corpses of the Leviathans rot from within. Again, something within. And they collapse into the orbit. So what I would suggest here is that the faceless are a precursor to the evolution of the species of the Godman. And I know it sounds confusing right now. And I believe the reason why they are being infected is because initially when they have been developed, they had that bit of Leviathan strain, the torch strain within them from the very beginning. So perhaps they have been cursed to develop this parasite within them. Maybe even that's why they need the cube to keep their temperature or something cool or something to keep under control in their city. I don't know, it's very complex. Or maybe it happens way later in their evolution, because their bodies evolve to become the Godmen, but in their evolution to become the Godmen, they also develop the Leviathans. Again, I said this is gonna be some wild speculation from here on forward. So I believe that 6 is trying to find a cure for that. And we will get to 6 and how I got to that conclusion in just a moment. But again, this is difficult to interpret. But I believe this is the correct sequence of reading what all of these mysterious pillars are referring to. And again, we are not given any information on how these mysterious pillars came to be. We know the Biocorp has investigated many Xeno artifacts. We know Biocorp also experimented with the monoliths themselves, with shards, and maybe incorporated within their own selves and definitely into the faceless. So it's possible the monoliths, including the Oculus, have been sent from the future into the past. And the same happened to 6. But we will get to that in just a moment. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. So the next one comes right from the mysterious pillar from the deep caverns. 3 strange pillars rise from the pool. Oh shoot, no, sorry. First it's the Oculus. So when we get to the Oculus and look at the mainframe, Here is gonna be quite difficult. The first one we get simply by having powers, but then we would require some powers into all different types of schools in order to read everything. So, after the whiles, the wall of the pyramid start moving away from you. But first slowly, but soon they realize soon they begin accelerating. They escape faster and faster, moving light years away from you. So again, it travels a very vast distance, but somehow you can still see them. Inversely, the rock shrinks to subatomic size. So it might not be subjected to the physical laws of our reality. You can no longer see its light, but you can still feel its presence through the humming. In the vastness of space surrounded by the pyramid walls, a storm of memories, knowledge, and vision ranges around you. Most of them seem well beyond your reach, but you might be able to glimpse into some of them. So perhaps you are interfacing directly into the mainframe right now, and you are inside the mainframe with your mind. Focus on the two large objects revolving around one another. Again, two objects, quite interesting. So this requires 85 effective psychokinesis. As the large Leviathan circles around the red planet, which red planet? It could be interpreted as Mars, because Mars is a red planet. From half a galaxy away, an invisible spear is hurled. It wraps in space-time as it races towards its target, dislodging planets and shattering stars. These telltale signs will arrive too late to warn the creature of its impending doom, though. For these giants, it is impossible to defend from an enemy who can kill by observing. The eon of the beast is over. And this one really caught my eye, because this is why I refer to the Leviathans as entropy. And I have referred into some of my previous episodes the fact that it could be related or interpreted as a force of quasars and pulsars, which I know I said they have they are similar, but they are similar in only some regards. They are different type of phenomena, and each forms differently. So what is a quasar? What is a pulsar? Let's start with the pulsar. The pulsar is basically, well, usually it's a white star, but not necessarily. But it's a star that becomes too heavy towards the end of its life, and when it collapses within itself, instead of becoming a black hole, if it's a very big star, I mean, well, if it's not a super huge star, it might fail to become a black hole, and in that case it becomes a pulsar. And pulsars have some amazing properties. Well, they're called pulsar because they pulse at very specific intervals. I don't remember the specifics right now, but the point is that they're very accurate, and it's could be interpreted in a way that the pulsar, what does the pulsar do? So this star, when instead of becoming a black hole, it ejects these jets of energy from itself into opposite directions, and it starts crunching the star very fast. Well, it's relative what fast means, because it's around 10 billion years or something like that. Billion with a B. And usually if the stream jet is directed at something, it can eradicate whatever is in its path. while a quasar can actually also eject matter. Quasars are actually super giant black holes, and they are surrounded by matter that is as big as the galaxy that we live in. So they can devour an entire galaxy, and every huge galaxy has one, but they also eject parts of that matter. But it's not working the same as pulsars because the matter doesn't necessarily have to be so concentrated that it creates more like a fume, let's call it, or like a plume or something like that. And all the matter that is ejected can help with the creation of new solar systems and new galaxies and so on. And in general, these quasars are formed, supergiant black holes are formed when, for example, our galaxy, the Milky Way, will in a few billion years combine with the Andromeda galaxy. And when they will combine, they will do this beautiful dance together. Again, the duality, they have two revolving objects. In this case, two revolving black holes, and eventually gravity will just bring them closer and closer and closer, and bam! At one point, they unify and create this super giant black hole. But the matter of the galaxies, of both galaxies, create into this, I don't remember how it's called, but it's a disk. And this disk is, well, not all of it is consumed clearly, but until it stabilizes, some of the disk's matter gets inside the black hole. Well, not necessarily inside, because not all of it passes the event horizon. So some of it is just swirled around at very high speed and just ejected in various directions, or it returns to the disk itself. Anyway, the point is that if we would to apply the idea of quasar that leads to entropy, it could be related that two giant black holes are revolving each other and creating a new giant black hole. But then again, this, I don't think it's the case, because we see that a quasar is as big as a galaxy. So we have this piece of information that a Leviathan circling around a red planet, so they're quite small in the comparison of the universe and all of the celestial bodies, from half a galaxy away, an invisible sphere is hurled. So in this case, we could say that a pulsar is directed at a Leviathan, and because they can travel very large amounts of space, so it also even tells it wraps space-time, although it could be imply some more sophisticated technology than just a natural phenomena of a pulsar. So it races towards its target, but because it's so fast, it's light years fast, of course, it can the Leviathan doesn't even see it coming, and it will just destroy him, and the eon of the beast is over. So this one is kind of a saying that the eon of the quasars is over, because there aren't many quasars out there in the observable universe, but unlike pulsars. But quasars are very unique, but again, this is already a lot of speculation. So let's say it's a pulsar directed at the Leviathan, but this is not all the information we get. So the Leviathan dies by this piercing spear that is hurled at it, and it's an invisible spear. Again, the pulsar, when he emits energy, it's not only physical matter, clearly, it's also it emits radio waves and radiation and so on. So We focus on the nearby superheated object. We require meta thermics. The egg is cold and dark on the outside. Again, egg could mean many things. Maybe it is the monolith, the dark monolith, but again, difficult to say. But as you pass the membrane, you can see that you can see and feel the hot core within. Immeasurable amounts of energy glow through the invisible network. Maybe this kind of relates to the void space. So much more than they need to rule their domain. So again, this is the energy within the void, I suppose, but not nearly enough to change their fate. So the Leviathans don't have much of a survivability chance against these attacks, which are pretty powerful. To take a Leviathan, well, they're not called Leviathan for nothing, so they can reach immense sizes if they can be as big as a planet. Because two large objects revolving around one another, so it means the Leviathan is probably almost as big as the planet, if not bigger. So in order to destroy a Leviathan as big as a planet, they need to use a pulsar. Then we discover this egg, which again can be interpreted in many ways, but perhaps it is something that has survived after the Leviathan has been killed. It has given birth, let's say. I don't know. And maybe through this egg, or maybe through this monolith, you connect to the void and see that it has a lot of potential energy within it, but all this energy is not used in a way that can save the Leviathan. Because probably the Leviathan are creatures that don't necessarily have a mind of their own. And again, it's also possible, as Azif said, that the Six didn't fear the Leviathan because it was a Leviathan. He feared the Leviathan for what he could have become because of the intelligence it has started possessing. So we're presenting all the time this void as creatures that don't necessarily have a mind, or they're just very primordial in nature and savage and just simple creatures, but that can grow at various dimensions that can become a nuisance or a problem if not controlled in time. So, focused on the next one. Focus on the prevailing background waves. Now, this one is quite interesting. I don't know, weaves, something interesting. We need thought control, 85. Countless thoughts of Godman race through your head as you let your waves pass through you. But you can only make sense of small fragments. You sense their fear and wonder as they arrive close by. They lament as they learn their fate. So this is another question. Whose fate is in question here? Is it the Godmans or is it the Leviathans? Morbid curiosity makes them descend. So probably being ascended makes them the high ones. You feel hatred and anger as they die. Three are now all that remain. And this is a very, 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 very important element. Because why three? What's the importance of this three? And it will become a little bit clearer the more we read forwards. But it seems that the Godman they're not so indestructible as it seems, and their fight against the Leviathan, the new Leviathan actually, is not enough to stop them, but probably only to slow them down, or they realize that they have escaped everything from their control, and now it's kind of it's a situation where it's nearing their end. And right now only 3 have remained out of the whole race. So now we go to the next one. Focus on continuously distorting constellation far away. So again, we are referred to a far, far away place. Far away could mean in time and space, but could mean many things, into another dimension, etc. And again, they descend, which means they fall. They fall from somewhere. We need temporal manipulation for this one. The stars around you start to spin and spiral down into the center from which a celestial wheel emerges. So the star around you starts to spin and spiral down into the center from which a celestial wheel emerges. So there is a device which, with each spin, the wheel, the constellation is violently reconfigured in full, and yet always ends up invoking the same image. So with each spin, the wheel, the constellation is violently reconfigured in full, yet always ends up invoking the same image. The wheel spins faster and faster until a single instant, 2 shafts of light, again 2, thrust out of its center, so like a pulsar, perpendicular to the wheel. So from opposite or from various, well, if it's perpendicular, it's perpendicular. But again, the wheel, the stars around you start to spin. So we are probably inside the wheel if the stars start to spin, no? And spiral down into a center from which a celestial wheel emerges. Or maybe something... Oh, maybe the wheel is teleported into this reality, the device, and with which spin the wheel, the constellation violently reconfigures in full and yet always ends up invoking the same image. Which constellation? Does it mean like it changes position? It changes how time passes? The wheel spins faster and faster until a single instant, 2 shafts of light thrust out of its center. So it goes from the center, and they are perpendicular to the wheel, along which the constellations are stung and visible simultaneously. So perhaps it does something on 2 points of the universe. And it's a device that is used for something unique. Escape back into reality. With a sickening screeching, the space around you implodes, and just as quickly as it expanded, the pyramid reverts back into its previous state. So it's possible that this device that came into existence has a specific... is either the weapon or something related to the weapon that was brought initially, those 2 devices that apply to this wheel and shoot into different directions, or maybe it serves another purpose. And now, well, I'm gonna just put this here somewhere. And now we go to the next mysterious pillar, the one on Silent Isle. So as I said, the orientation, the way you interact with this are not set in a specific way, so you have to kind of dig for them in the correct way. 3 strange pillars rise from the pool. They are decorated with glowing symbols that you are unfamiliar with, and they seem to hum, though you are unsure whether they actually produce sound or if it's just all in your head. So if we open this vision, we realize this thing. You see a man sitting on a throne in a large sphere orbiting an invisible star. Millions of miles below, you hear wind sweeping across desolated landscapes, carrying did I jump one? think I jumped one. Just a second. Jaws, Deep Caverns, Crystal Mainframe, Institute of Torch, Corsia, Silent Isles. Ah, yeah, it is correct. No, it must be something I've missed. There was another one. So the pillars are these. This one is sewers. Monolith Institute of Torch. Crystal Mainframe, which is the Oculus, of course. Caverns. Oh yeah, we've missed this one. Okay, so before we go to the last one, this one has to be read. So after we've read through the Oculus that this wheel has come out of nowhere and has activated those beams of light, we have this next piece of the information. They gather now around the machine god. It is not customary to do so, for he is not a god of discovery or hope, but a jailer, a warden, or at best a watcher of dark horizons. So maybe what we are seeking, well, what we are looking at is perhaps something related to this pyramid itself, to the Oculus. It's quite difficult. The machine god could be interpreted as an AI, and it has been summoned by the three ones that have survived. On this day, however, from this point, the Chosen set out onto their greatest, so the Chosen being the three of them, onto their greatest journey yet. They need his blessing, and they need his blessing. The great arch that they'll travel across will take them across the other side of his walls, which again, his with a big H. So again, we've seen this information already within this monolith, where he said that him, probably the machine god, sent his stranger, his proxy, to meet with the high ones and give them the devices that could defeat the Leviathans, probably, but he also sent them with a warning, which they did not understood. So now he was summoned again, and the three surviving ones are asking for his blessing in order to travel across and allow them to go to the other side, which again could mean into our reality, of his walls. So it is told that he is a jailer, a warden, or at best a watcher of dark horizons. They will lose much of themselves in the process. So this is a very, very important piece of information, because I believe we've seen Six having, of course, 6 fingers, but that's not the thing. He also has a bionicle and arm and leg, which means that he could not transition entirely as a Godman. but he was transformed into this lesser form. Still powerful, but than a human, and probably more powerful than the Faceless. But it is possible that from where he comes, he cannot transition as a Godman, so he has to transform, just like the Leviathan is transforming into our reality. It's not enough for him. And perhaps the Leviathans also evolved, because it's all about evolution in the end, you know? Also evolved to transcend with the Godmen, so they were fighting on multiple planes. But now, since they need to return to our reality, to the 3D plane instead of the 4-dimensional plane, it will take some huge sacrifices, especially physical ones. So they will lose much of themselves in the process, but by His grace will be made anew to sail the black seas, again, black sea is interesting, of infinity, but not to submerge and drown. So probably he's sending them through a black hole. Possibly it can be interpreted like that. That is the miracle only their great benevolent God of the machine could perform, or so they hope. The stream of alien thoughts end, and you find yourself in the real world again, feeling strangely melancholic. So it saddens the player that they have to lose so much in order to traverse and do this perilous journey through the infinite black sea, which could be interpreted as a black hole. And only this machine god, or this powerful artificial intelligence, can help them get across. And again, maybe this powerful artificial intelligence can be related to the acorns in a way. Maybe acorns are a very minute representation of the machine god, which the Godmen take with them to use as a way to collaborate with Biocorp and the other organizations, the other corporations, in exchange to change the fate of their future. It's very possible. Very, very possible. And now we got the last mysterious one. So, you see a man sitting on a throne in a large sphere orbiting an invisible star. Again, we don't know who the man is. Millions of miles below, you hear wind sweeping across desolate landscapes carrying sand and dust. The sand scrapes across the naked man. So the naked man who sits on a large sphere orbiting an invisible star. The acorn is also a sphere. So it could be a very powerful AI. Tearing the skin away and revealing the robot body beneath. So perhaps he is the mechanical god we were seeing earlier. Great hydraulic pumps expand the universe until nothing can be seen. So, in my opinion, this is what leads to the entropy. This is the faith that ends their reality. And the AI cannot do anything about it, so he just dwells into this ending future. But I believe that the machine god has sent all of the mysterious pillars with the Oculus, and I think the Oculus was there. This is the thing. In order to time travel, you would need the machine to exist in the past. Otherwise, you cannot time travel and go somewhere else if you don't have the object there. It's impossible to create something out of nothing. So the something has to exist. So therefore, I believe the Oculus was brought to Earth for a very, very long time by the machine god, probably, or by the Godman, or something, a combination. The pillars were also placed underneath the Earth for a very, very long time, way before uh, the the big corporations went underground. And they act as a sort of library, possibly to help the Godmen to recollect their memories in case they forget them, or to have access to various things, to portals in the other side of our reality, but which they cannot traverse themselves, simply because their bodies are grounded into our three-dimensional reality now. And we have also seen the stasis pods, which I have finally understood that what was initially when we meet Six in the abandoned wing of the Biocorp the Biocorp University, we see those 4 stasis pods with that weird console, and we see the same stasis pod in Tanner's home. So those were things that kept Six and Tanner alive, and I believe they're not immortal. Their bodies are very mortal, but they need to stay in the stasis and come at very particular moments in time to interact with the event itself. So we have been presented that well, we will get to that in a moment. Let's first have a look at the information that I haven't seen here before about the Godman. I am a creature like you, but I am not from this world of yours. And while you are submerged completely under it, I stand with one foot in it and with one in another, in the other side, in the outside. So I also kind of think that this body is an avatar. So they need to put the bodies in the stasis pod when they are not connected to the body. Perhaps they're in a state of animation, and only their mind connects to our three-dimensional into these bodies that they form. It's difficult to stipulate which is the correct answer here. Godmen are a race of advanced beings from another planet, though they keep a significant stake in this one. So I believe it's because the Faceless are the precursor race that gives birth to in the future, of course, to the Godmen. And the Godmen ascend and they become much more powerful because they already have advanced technology. And I believe the technology was sent there from the future to aid, which kind of creates a paradox, but maybe that's not the answer. Again, Stig is the developers are very clever, and perhaps they have a much more elaborated answer in Underrail too. But so far, these are just my educated guesses on how things could interact. So, they possess potent psionic powers and cybernetic augments that make them invincible in combat. Again, I think they are the reason the psionic powers have been developed on Earth, mainly because of the mysterious pillars, which their powers could be much more stronger in radius than anything else, but then maybe they also invited the Leviathans to come after them in this world, or something else that was hunting their own reality and has started to eliminate their own. Or maybe the void is expanding into reality. Quite a lot of options here. I'm not entirely sure which is the correct one. So, as well as the means to traverse in between freely. In between, we don't know where. Only 2 confirmed Godmen can be encountered in the Underrail. That is Six and Adrian Tanner. And we know there is a 3rd one. Background. Very little information about the Godman history is given directly, the main source being the psionic monoliths found in the Underrail in deep caverns. They seem to experience time non-linearly, seeing it as a series of frames where outcomes are certain but events leading up to them are not, similar to how you'd experience these visions. So as I said, the faith is not set in stone at every event, so some events could be manipulated, just like Doctor Who a little bit, Doctor Who said like specific events cannot be changed, but tiny little things can. That eventually can change the future, but a death is a death, and that's it. The Godmen remain trapped in their own galaxy for an eon. Things from the dark, empty, silent expanse would creep in and exert their influence until the machine god sent a message bearing weapons to fight back with. What weapons? The eternal torch. And fight back with? Oh, so I believe he also invented the Oculus. So perhaps, the Godman. This is interesting. This is a new theory. What if the energy core, the cube, is actually a source for an artificial intelligence they are worshipping? And it's the god, it's the mechanical god, and the mechanical god evolves and protects the faceless, and as they grow, and it's kind of their protector, but maybe also their jailer and so on. So he's there to serve them in a way, or protect them, or save them, but he also develops technology because it's capable of doing so, much more advanced than the normal Acorn do. Quite interesting. Weaponry unknown was not enough to keep the outside expanse at bay, but they sought to expand their domain. Pumps were... What pumps? These are the pumps? So pumps were built to push the edge of their galaxy, fueled by eggs, possibly referring to Dyson spheres. Yeah, that's possible. A Dyson sphere is... Let's see if we can get some information. Freeman Dyson. So Dyson sphere is a hypothetical megastructure that encompasses a star and encapsulates and captures a large percentage of its solar power output. So in a way, a Dyson sphere can go around the sun and collect its energy, and it can be reused in various ways. So perhaps Dyson spheres can be built around black holes. Many applications can be done with the Dyson sphere if used clever. And it can support mega civilizations, of course, of the future, of Type 4. And it harvests unlimited energy, well, as long as the stars survive, of course, and it's not depleted. So it fuels eggs, possibly. So that egg, this makes a little bit sense now, because the egg is cold and dark on the outside. So if a star has been consumed on the outside, but as you pass the membrane, you can see you can feel the hot core within. So it still has some energy within. It's like a black dwarf or something like that. Immeasurable amounts of energy flow through the invisible network, so much more than the energy need to rule their domain, but not nearly enough to change their fate. So I believe they have consumed their star to fight the Leviathans, but eventually their star has run out of juice, and now they have used the remaining power to go into the past, just like Terminator. Quite interesting. So it was not enough to prevent their fate being overrun by the void or by the Leviathans or something. A sickness, let's read what the sickness could be. This is a list of all the messages in Kairos. Let's see, sickness. Actually, the guy that was... what's his name? resolve. I forgot his name. Just a second. What's his name? Vitek or Dr. D. Slavkovic. He needed a cure for an illness that he did not know what it was, and he was close to death and suffered from an unknown illness which led him to become bitter and disillusioned about the future of the Biocorp. So maybe he got infected by some void virus? Interesting. Let's see. Ill? Yeah, Matev, your illness is fogging your judgment. He was talking to Slavkovic. Interesting. Slavkovic is alive, and we cannot kill him, and he's interesting. So the sickness takes hold of the Godman at some point, prompting a group of chosen to ask the machine god for help. Let's see, what do they ask? Oh yeah, this is where they ask to be sent back into the past, probably, or into our reality, to help crossing the black seas of infinity, presumably using cybernetics to resist the living air. Now it's starting to make sense. So they were rift walking. Interesting. These groups arrives to Earth sometimes before the descent, and despite seeing humanity's fate, are drawn by curiosity to descend all the same. Interesting. This is kind of related to what the ferryman was talking about, the descent towards the deep. And all of the pressure of that philosophical discussion is so deep. It has so many layers. They leave their mark on the Underrail from this point, building the mysterious pillars. So they build the mysterious pillars, monolith and Oculus. Something kills off all but 3 of the chosen. And Tenor possibly betrays his people. Wait. They gather around him. The mechanical god is not. It is not customary to do so, for he is not a god of discovery or hope, but a jailer. Okay. On this day, however, from this point, the chosen set out into their greatest journey, yet they needed his blessing. So I suppose not Tenor. So countless thoughts of the Godman race through your head as you let the waves pass through you, but you can only make sense of small fragments. You sense their fear and wonder as they arrive close by. They lament as they learn their fate. Morbid curiosity makes them descend. You feel hatred and anger as they die. Yeah, this is difficult to interpret. So basically what they're saying is that a large portion of the Godmen came, but only 3 have survived. And Tenor possibly betrays his people, but what happened to the third one? We know that the third one, we don't know anything about the third one, but it is implied that Tenor has done a horrible crime, because 6 looks for him for quite some time. So the way it works is that 6 possibly gave the cube to the Faceless as an ally, but only because he wanted to make an elaborate trap where he wasn't directly involved. And he wanted to, later on, after many years, to lead on a trail that Tanner could pick up on and ask for the Oculites to go and get the cube. He hires them. They get the cube, and then 6 comes back, but he didn't come at the correct time to catch Tanner in action or to find Tanner. He still tries to follow the cube because the cube has a pinging device, a tracing device, but he's unable to get to him yet again, because the cube does not reach its destination. And he knows, well, he doesn't know who he is, because Tanner is just another nickname he takes on. And initially, when he hires the Oculites, he has a different name than Tanner. So again, it's rather complicated to catch to him. But 6 is more powerful than Tanner, and Tanner is more evasive and very sneaky, but not all powerful. Huh. Okay. Technology. Although their artifacts appear completely alien to the Biocorp and NFT technology found in the Southern Underrail and the Black Sea, they don't totally eclipse it. The Faceless are implied by 6 to be connected to his kind, and they seem to be catching up somewhat. So this refers to my other hypothesis. The Faceless medallion shares physical properties with the material used in Oculus. The cube bears the same markings as the Jaw monolith. Interesting. Dude is able to create and access rifts, all things considering relatively simple chemistry, unlike 6, more freedom travel. However, he is restricted to a handful of static locations. 6 and Tanner attack through undoubtedly more lethal, aren't all that different from an advanced laser pistol or shock knife. The shard on its own is part of a larger complex that even Godman find it difficult to retrieve things from. Not so difficult for Steve, whatever his guy, the guy that lived in our house and blew himself up. However, who was able to dislodge it with a pickaxe, albeit at the cost. So no, this guy has died, whatever. The Eternal Torch is how the shard manifests for the player. Although through talking to 6 about it implies it can differ between people. What? So the Eternal Torch is how the shard manifests for the player. Though talking to 6 about it implies it can differ between people. Activating it is a matter of seeing it with the right eyes, and its effects are similar to throwing a plasma grenade with no cooldown and the ability to banish over otherworldly residue. So basically, the technology adapts to the wearer. So here's another little piece of evidence. I guess that 6 and Tanner do come from the future. It's probably that Tanner didn't kill the third alien, we just don't know anything about him. But then again, I might be wrong about this one. And it's possible that Tanner did murder many others. But again, they were the chosen one. We know there were 3 of them. So it's quite difficult to interpret. And then we see that the technology of the faceless, it's quite sneaky. It's quite advanced. I believe that, well, this kind of involves a paradox, because we can infer the fact that AI, the acorns, can actually evolve and become much more intelligent on their own, because they, well, who knows? It's quite difficult to pinpoint. Maybe it was developed by certain big corporations. The one that what was it called? Bionic something. Maybe they invented it, and eventually they are the acorns have been collected, or the majority of the acorns have been collected and created the machine god that is powered by the cube. But what is important to know is that whatever the cube was used for, it was a very powerful energy source that Tanner needed, because he could not find anywhere else. So what his Tanner's intentions are still eluding us. But he might be corrupted by the Leviathans, or he might not want to ensure the existence of the Godman through the ascension of the faceless. And again, there is also something interesting. One of the Oculites has infiltrated the faceless, the one that stole the cube, but he has returned back there. So the guy must have become a faceless himself, because the faceless can augment people if they ask so, which is really interesting. Which means the faceless replenish their ranks by augmenting people who come to them voluntarily. But how? Complicated. The rabbit hole goes very deep. Okay, we're gonna just end up soon, because we have to just look at 6 and Tanner. Let's take 6 because he is the most complex one. Where is 6? No, come on, 6. 6E. There we go. So, 6 is a cyborg. 6 is just a nickname the Oculites have given him. He's also Ramumbra, of course. After the 6-fingered hands, no one in the Oculus knows much about him, not even his name. He is also known as 6 to some people of Hexagon in North Underrail, so he has traveled quite a bit. And he has been around for quite some time, maybe from the beginning, before the descent, I believe. His real name is Ramumbra, which means the shadow, and he is presumed to be one of the remaining Godmen that Aziv and player character with sufficient will score have had the visions enough in the crystal mainframe. However, Aziv notes that 6 cyborg form is not what he expected from the Godman based on his vision. Player interaction. Although 6 is working towards the same goal, which is to retrieve the cube. that is it. The same goal as the player. There are a few opportunities to cross paths with him. It is possible to miss most of the encounters with him, although his appearance in the dim caverns are very prominent. He is very easy to anger, and in combat he is undefeatable, bearing any potential bugs. He's present in the Oculus as Aziv client for a short while. During that time, the cube is at Cornell's possession in the core city. Other Oculites suggest you leave Six alone, and instead, he is not interested in talking to you at that point. Later on, Six can be briefly met in the Institute of Torch West Wing, right before the faceless invasion in the Institute. Depending on the player choice, when talking to him, he may warn the player of the impending invasion or attack the player, leaving you with no other option but to flee. The first prominent, so inside the Torch West Institute, let's take a little look at it. Because right over here we see these spots, and later on we will, and only one is active, so he was interacting with this only one. Probably initially they came with all this, and since it's in the Institute of Biocorp knew about them. Well, at least that's my understanding. So the first prominent encounter with him happens in the deep caverns, and this time he's finally willing to have a longer chat with the player, and he reveals his true name, Ram Umbra. He is the first character you meet in the depths, and one of the few who can help you. He will point you towards destroying Torch, although his information on Torch itself is limited, and will also suggest allying with the Faceless. If the player has already explored the Black Sea and decides to show Six the Eternal Torch, he will explain its intended function, as well as providing some additional information on the Shadowlith and the negative effect it has on the world around it. Oh yeah, because it transforms. We'll look into those two as well. I forgot about them. But obviously it does change everyone around it in its immediate location. After you defeat Torch, he makes another appearance on the south elevator while he's climbing out of the deep caverns. At this point, Ram Umbra tells the player more about his goals. The true nature of Hadrian Tenor is revealed. Although the player character may already know this, Ram Umbra asks you to head to Hexagon in the North Underrail and meet him again there, which we haven't seen anything about Hexagon. If the player still has the cube, Ram Umbra will take it by force and leave. You have no option. So Hexagon is the second size only to this. So it's bigger than the core city. Is well known as a tech hub and a haven of tech heads and tech criminal alike. It resembles a tall tower with many floors, each one of more cramped than the other and full size of maze-like passage leading to all sorts of places. Hexagon is full of cyber centers, tech stores, and augmentation shops, and is said to be unrivaled in terms of technology in whole known Underrail. Its citizens commonly speak in a strange slang called Hexagonian X, which revolves around changing some of the words so that they start with the letter X. While technically a part of the United States Protectorate, has no presence in the city, and Hexagon is a de facto self-governed by various independent factions. I suppose this is where he gets his limbs. XR. Recently, a certain new technology called XR, mixed reality, has become very popular in Hexagon, part of the XR virtual and part of its digital, with the real world sometimes being influenced by the virtual world. An example of this technology is MIXR, which looks similar to a gyrosphere, where the user steps in, and once the entrance closes, the session starts. The user can no longer tell whether they are inside the cell and they can smell, touch, feel, and taste things just like the real world. Some XR sessions have dark turn, however, and it has been reported that certain people have been killed inside it, or that they have disappeared, or the item they brought inside appeared in some other place. No one is certain who made the XR, but the technology is highly advanced and it appeared in Hexagon very suddenly. So it could be some technology that uses the rift, possibly, or the void. Interesting. And about this is I think we read this, the capital in the north, Underrail, United Stations, and the former capital of Biocorp. It is located in the middle of a massive cavern and is the largest of the most populous city in the whole known Underrail. This also notable for famous university, which is the biggest educational facility in the Underrail. Many notable people from the north have finished their education in university or were employed there at a certain point. 15 years ago, the city was in the battleground between Biocorp and the Protectorate. The fighting was fierce. Chief Briggs lost an arm during the battle from the chief is the guy that comes into the expedition from the exploding 30mm round, and the Professor Oldfield was close to death during the course, despite being a civilian and being unaffiliated with either of those factions. Interesting. We are almost done, guys. Almost. So we have read everything about these things. Maybe Azif is also a bit curious, because Azif's eyes are weird, but special note: if one of the alpha versions he dropped Azif's skin, is not supposed to drop an item, but did so in the well. So it was like a leather skin or something. Interesting. Yeah, so we have no information about Azif himself. This one. So we will see about that one. We have to go to Hadrian Tanner first. Oh my gosh, Hadrian Tanner is one of the council of the Southgate Station. Background: Tanner, along with Gorski and Vera from the Southgate Station ruling council, they are the leaders of the Southgate. Also, he has a lot of powerful attacks and so on, and he's immune to a lot of things. They each have their own specialties and responsibilities, and Tanner seems to be in charge of testing and admitting new citizens in the station. The player is one such recently admitted citizen who passed Tanner's test. Hadrian is very respected in the SGS community and is widely considered to be the most influential member of the council. He joined the station many years ago during a turbulent period, and thanks to his leadership, Southgate Station is not only managed to survive but also steadily rose to power. Final interaction: the game's, but he's also a very powerful thought controller, because he could overcome Ezra very easy in trying to mind read him. So yeah, sneaky bastard. And I think he also manipulated everyone, including the player, into believing they need to do his will or what he asked, because nobody questioned him. And when he was no longer there, everybody was like, okay, now it's time to really talk about him, because we never did that. So yeah, it shows how much power he really had over the entire station, that nobody questioned him ever. The game starts with you doing missions under Tanner's command while waiting for earthquake repairs to be completed in and around the station. Completing his final drill circuit board mission We're allowed to go to the south gates to clear out all the earthquake damage from the south metro tunnel, which opens up the game world and unlocks metro travel to the south Underrail, finding the drill parts, so on and so forth. He gives us some questions, but we are not given other information. Yeah. And interestingly enough, he also had those two guys that didn't like each other because of their past, and one assassinated the other. So he was actually building a tiny little army there, and he was in charge of everything. Smart little alien. Okay, so what else do we have here? We had another one in the Oculus. Oh yeah. Also, it is important to notice that he had this stasis cell and the same console, which he cannot use, in his own apartment. So that means they need to put their bodies to rest, because their bodies are limited in some ways. And perhaps they're both augmented, especially Tanner, since he can change his face and look human. Although his appearance does make him quite huge. Yeah, there was another thing. The Oculus talks about Hadrian Tanner, just reveals the same information. But even the Oculus cannot read Tanner, so he's very, very difficult to pinpoint. He's the best manipulator in the game. The game was rigged from the start, as they say. Project Arc, Project Anomalies. Oculus will also note down anything that might not be immediately explained, and is for all intents and purposes unusual. A Siphoner Man, a human Siphoner hybrid described as a bipedal humanoid creature that might even be able to use language. It can be found amongst the arena spectators as part of the crowd? Are you serious? I've never checked that. How do you type it? Oh. Yeah, we don't have any reference in the arena. Quite interesting. Yeah, you would have to really be noticeable about that thing. So I guess it's very, 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 very rare. Cool. Cool. So phenotype dynamics uses mutagen to alter mutagen living beings, and being not to have been the cause of most of the controversy surrounding the Hollow Earth incident. Project Arima, purpose unknown, and Project Earth, human longevity and research. These things were related to with Nosek. Arima may be later in Underrail too. Putting things together side by side is very difficult. And we are almost done. We have to look into two more things. The Shadowlith, which gives us a vision. So we know that this entire thing was taken from the bottom of the sea, and it was brought in for investigation. You focus your mind on the monolith. The experience is unlike anything you've known before. All the thoughts you direct towards the monolith are swallowed by its infinitely hungry darkness. So we are part of the void here. You persist in your attempts, and soon you can feel your consciousness grinding over the surface and the void represented by the monolith. Every now and then, with your mind's eye, you can see a spark inside the void that lights up. And when the void is lit up, it projects many sounds, colors, shapes, thoughts, and other concepts and elements, curved rays of light, many-dimensional pockets of space. Liquid color that springs from eternal fountains, purple fires that burn in reverse. None of this you can experience fully, and some are too strange and unintuitive to even behold. Those remain veiled inside the void. So I guess this connects. The void itself is past our reality that we can explain, but it's still encapsulated here. So the big pillar, the canine one, it's preventing its full power to be unleashed. And possibly the Leviathans come from here, but again, the illness is quite weird. Possibly the illness, as I said, could be a Leviathan virus that transferred. And since we know Vitek might be still alive later on, he might be the one that releases it to the Godman. I mean, to the Faceless, and later on to the Godman. It is possible. But there are also awful things in the void. Long Sinway worms with needles at their tips, amorphous blobs of corrosive gelatinous matter, curtains of razor wire cutting through thick fleshy smoke, and other things too gruesome to describe. But these things don't seem to have a life of their own, but instead, for every glimpse of their deranged spectacle, you pay a blood price. You are unable to maintain your focus long, and when it finally breaks, you feel drained and empty, unable to move. Your vision turns dark until you nearly blind. Even your thoughts seem to be slowing down and are dangerously close to stopping. You start to panic, scared that your own existence will come to an end soon and you will be disintegrated into innumerable dust particles, like shadow dust, and be swallowed up by the void. It's as if your will, all your life force, has been taken from you, so you're no longer in control. Realizing that you cannot will your way out of this predicament, you do your best to calm yourself and let the paralysis of being come upon you completely. Your thoughts keep slowing down and your vision darkens until everything is completely still in dark. But somewhere deep inside there is a persistent pulse and an eye that can still see. Slowly but surely, your mind starts grinding again, and your senses are restored to you. You might have been dead for a moment, but you seem fine now. There is something in the back of your brain that still bothers you greatly, though there was something else in the void, far worse than the terrible things you remember seeing there. It might have been made out of those things or merely resides inside them. Maybe the horror scene were made out of it or by it. You are not sure, but its form was eerily familiar to you, and its hateful, devouring eyes were upon you. So its form is eerily familiar to you. Quite interesting. We don't know why. But clearly there is an entity, not necessarily an intelligent one, but one that pushes everything out. Perhaps it cannot extend itself out, but it can push other things out. Very, very weird. And this is about the void monolith, the black one. Quite interesting. And if we look at the Flotsomir one, Flotsomir is a great serpent, okay, a god venerated by the Stormy Bear, and he is believed by them to lurk in the deepest depths of the Black Sea, and his message are relayed to the Serpentborn through the spiriters. The only ones, however, who can truly understand his will is the great shaman residing in the Sormiberan temple. Can he understand? So this is one unique Sormiberan enemies that can be encountered. He is the person responsible for the plague of nightmares that hunts the expedition. So that's why they had those weird dreams and were afraid. Is a boss character and a dominating. Okay. Background: according to Ingvar, this guy is the highest priest of the Serpentines and serves as a direct link to their god Flotsomir. He resides in the Sormiberan temple located at those coordinates. Player interaction: Oyen Sorm is one of the major characters of the Serpentines that can be killed to end their raids on the expedition camp. He is a very powerful psionic and is summoned by multiple Sormiberan whatever. He is very powerful. And if the player gets too close or alerts him, he will also summon multiple sea worms, whatever, to aid him in combat. Thanks to his unique staff, the Hodur form, his neural overload deals increased damage and inflicts cerebral acidization, dealing additional acid damage over time. Damn it. Defensively, he isn't particularly tough, however, he is immune to poison, acid damage, and because he is. Oh my gosh, look at this! He is a monster! Because of his thought control skill, can gain many stacks of pseudo-spatial projection. It is recommended to either stealthily kill him before he summons the sea worm, or to retreat near the entrance of the temple so that they will be unable to target you while you deal with him on the other Sormiberans. Interesting. So he is one of the reasons the serpent. But interestingly enough, probably when we descended, we did hit something. So possibly that Flotsomir is actually a real big serpent down there at the bottom of the sea. And now we got the last piece of the puzzle. The Abyssal Station Zero. It reveals that Flotsomir is actually a hostile being from beyond the known universe. Bam. The Atlanteans NFT personnel of the station came into contact with the entity for a strange black monolith they discovered, the Shadowlith. Eventually, the Atlantean staff attempted to cut the black monolith with a strange anamorphic disk, which they received from freaking Biocorp. This experiment ended up as a success, but also caused a huge energy emission and filled the R&D dome with shadow dust. After the inhalation of the dust, all present researchers came under a yoke of Flotsomir, becoming the ancestors of the modern Sormiberan. Sometime later, they left the station using subspheres, butchering the Lemurians living there and any fellow Atlanteans who refused to join them, taking the offcut of the Shadowlith with them. Also, probably only the Atlanteans got infected, because I'm sure there was somebody from the Lemurians as well in the lab. For unknown reasons, Flotsomir is not able to expand its influence beyond the monolith of, well, we know the reason, of the Black Sea, and all Sormiberans who try to approach it die. I suppose it was placed there because of the Godman, and they knew that it could infect others. Interesting. But I believe that Leviathans on their own are not enough to create the damage of the future. So I suppose it's Tenors doing, maybe using something from the void, or being infected by the Leviathan virus himself or something. He wants to take the power and overthrow the future and create his own kingdom. But either way, no matter who wins, Six or this guy, which we don't know, we only know him as Tanner, humanity is messed up. Really, really bad. It's already messed up. It's possible that them coming back towards the past or into this reality has also generated the events that happened on top of the planet and eviscerated the humanity to some point. But it was necessary in order to create the Faceless, so the Faceless could become technologically advanced and move forward. So yeah, it's quite fascinating. Difficult to pinpoint, but definitely there are more pieces of the puzzle that are hidden or not available to us yet, because these crystals is the only ones we have available at the moment. There could be more. The caves are vast, and again, the caves were created, and so were the pumps, let's call them. Whew, quite a long read, quite a lot of information. Let me see if I have written anything else. We have read about this. Okay. Oh, and interestingly enough, there is one more piece of information that I found interesting. That Six does not tell the player the Tenor's real name because it holds true power. This also can relate to the fact that in the future, if the player knows Tenor's real name, he might identify him, or he might find something about him that Six does not want the player yet to know, or not know at all. So a lot of controversy about Six and Tenor, and this still leaves an open door to the third Godman being alive, probably. But there is one conversation where the player can ask Six if Tenor killed the third Godman or the third alien, but Six does not reply, but it kind of leaves it open. Yes, maybe, maybe not. He's kind of a cheeky bastard. He doesn't give too much information. So yeah, it only took us 5.5 hours to go through all of the freaking lore, which is quite immense, and I'm not entirely sure I hit every possible aspect of the game. There might be tiny little details that even I have escaped. But this game is littered with it. It's you need to pay attention like crazy, especially with that thing with the half siphon man. I never knew about that one. Whew. Yeah. We shall see what we can do. Maybe I'll try the endings with the mutant playthrough when I get the chance. And wow, this game is fantastic for so many reasons. I hope you guys enjoyed the freaking lore, because my brain is melting and so is my throat. There is a lot of condensed information, and what's interesting is that even with the DLCs, it seems that the information was put there deliberately. It was cleverly constructed, although probably the last DLC was inserted a bit too early and they wanted to keep that information for the second game. But since it's here, it might give us better references for the future. Can't wait for Underrail 2. Underrail 2 is gonna be epic. Can you imagine how much time they devoted for this game, and let alone how crazy it will be the next one. Yoy. So yeah, and I believe 6 and Tanner have always manipulated Biocorp into doing certain things. Perhaps Tanner even influenced Ezra and Gavriluk to detonate, to bring the what are they called? The mutagen to the depot A and infest everyone. It's also not improbable that since Tanner can disguise himself, that he has taken positions within Biocorp itself to manipulate its downfall or its rise or anything like that. Still quite amazing. And I really like the concept that the future is not set in stone, so you can still change certain things that can sway the future into a better one than the secured ending that will happen for the Godman. Too many interpretations. As I said, a lot of open speculation from my side. You guys can also come with your own interpretations, and it's very possible that the Godmen are a combination of the Biocorp technology or the AI, that special AI developed by the Bionicle super corporation, and its integration with the faceless. So it could have been carefully crafted to achieve that. Then again, we also have the aspect that the god, the mechanical god, also kind of created some of the things for the Godman, and he gave them some powers. Complicated. It's mind melting. Anyway, I'm gonna stop here because I don't know what else to think. Whew. Okay, guys, you stay super awesome. I know it's a very long listen and read and whatever, but yeah, dwelling into the wiki is fantastic, and there is still plenty of information for you guys to scour around for other things as well. But really cool. Stay awesome. Catch you next time. Bye.